How are we doing today? Hello. We're here for early start day 4 trial. We're gonna continue with. Well, sorry, not. Well, hold on. Let me think. Is it redirect? No, it's cross examination. Okay. Oh, I was confused for a second. Okay, yeah, we're doing cross examination of Colin Albert this morning, and today's gonna be a half day in court. Yay! Which is good because then when court is done, I can go take a nap or something. I don't know. Hopefully, I can stay awake, and then maybe I can do some work stuff. But last time when I streamed this early, I was, by the time we did the half day, or by the time we got to after the lunch hour, when I was eating, I was full. I was like super tired. I was like, what are we doing here? But I'm ready. I got my protein shake up. I did wake up a bit late today though, so I don't have to put my makeup on my face, and then I could just roll out and just brush my teeth and then just be here. I like that better. I got extra 40 minutes of sleep, which I think helps a lot. And I tried really hard to go to sleep early yesterday, so. Oh gosh. Hi Sarah, how are you doing today? Daniela! Hello, hello. Oh gosh. We're awake. Thanks for popping in, y'all. I hope you guys are doing well. Do you think that we're going to spend the entirety of the 4 hours on Colin Albert cross-examination, or do we think we're going to get into a new witness today? I don't know if I'm going to have time for a recap because court should be starting right about now. But if you guys want to recap, I don't know, watch yesterday's stream. I could do like maybe like a mini recap. Let me pull up my notes really quick. Okay, so yesterday we had someone who worked at UC Davis, a veterinarian. They got the swabs to see if there was any dog DNA in there. They didn't find any dog DNA. They did find pig DNA, and people were like, pig DNA? It's like, well, he could have eaten some, food that had pork in it. It's like, okay. But we don't know the chain of custody for that. We don't know really what parts, like where the swabs took in place. Like, I'm pretty sure it took place on John O'Keefe, and not his clothes or anything like that. But we don't know where on his body the swabs were done. So maybe there'll be another expert that'll come in and clarify. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of the way Lolly is presenting his witnesses. I think it's kind of all over the place and confusing, kind of similar to how he does his direct examination. The questions are kind of all over the place and sometimes confusing, and that doesn't help at all. We also had some testimonies from Ryan Nagel. So Julie Nagel, she did her cross-examination. Oh no, Julie Nagel, I think, finished her cross-examination, right? Yeah, actually, yesterday in the morning. Not the greatest. I mean, not the greatest witness for the state, in my opinion. Initially, she was the one who said that she saw the black blob as she was leaving 34 Fairview. She kind of said something, but then she decided not to say anything because she was drunk. She was like, whatever. She put the two and two together the next day when John O'Keefe's body was found, but she didn't tell law enforcement. That'd be kind of important thing to say. Her brother testified, Ryan Nagel. So her brother testified. The brother's now ex-girlfriend, but girlfriend at the time, and the brother's friend who was driving. All three of them testified. And, we got kind of like eyewitness testimonies that are sort of all over the place. But what really stood out to me from those testimonies, Ryan Nagel and his current ex-girlfriend said that as they were leaving 34 Fairview, they saw a woman sitting in the car. And they didn't mention, at the time, it's either they weren't paying attention or they just didn't see, but they didn't see a guy sitting in the car with her. And I was thinking, well, maybe John O'Keefe, maybe he was drunk. Maybe he had a seat laid down low or something like that. Maybe he was sitting in the back seat. But out of those three, one of them did mention that as before they got to 34 Fairview, they approached each other and saw each other at like a stop sign. And they said they did see a man and a woman together. So I was like, okay, well, maybe, John O'Keefe had already got in the car by then, or maybe he's like 6'2". Maybe his seat is like kind of pushed back a little bit. And if you're driving past a car, you can't really see. I don't know. I was trying to test this out yesterday when I was driving with Dennis. I was like, is it possible for me to see someone sitting in the back seat if I'm driving past by them? Like, I could for sure see the driver, But I think people kept saying the dome light was on. If the dome light was on, you might be able to. I don't know. I feel like with the angle, you could definitely see the driver, but maybe it's possible to miss the passenger if their seats like pushed back all the way. But I don't know. And then also, I think I was trying to see if you could see them from the back passenger window. But I don't know, because that could be a possibility too. But then I think Lexus SUVs, I think they come tinted in the back seat. So maybe there's an expert. They can clarify that. I hope we get to hear from Jennifer McCabe. Yeah. I hope we can hear from Jen McCabe. But honestly, I think for the state, like we really also need to hear from expert witnesses that can talk more about this, kind of put everything together. I don't know. We need to hear about experts oh, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. So court hasn't started yet. I'm going to just keep talking then. Oh, geez. Hello, Iris. How are you doing today? Drama salute. How did the boyfriend die? We don't know. I mean, it says hypothermia and blunt force trauma, but how did it happen? We don't fucking know, man. I don't know. Okay, so after the three of them testified, we had the testimony of Allison McCabe. That's Jen McCabe's daughter. And we're like, oh, why is she testifying? It's like, oh, yeah, that's right. She was the one that picked up Colin. Because the defense, they've made some very heavy, is it undertones or overtones? Undertones? Heavy undertones that, maybe Colin had something to do with this. And so our ears perked up whenever we heard things about Colin. Allison McCabe was the one who picked up Colin from the house. And that's why people were very adamant about him leaving at 12:10, because there are text messages. However, oh gosh, the text messages. Text messages are great. However, this is a screenshot of those text messages. So, either defense or the state, someone better go up there, an expert better go up there and talk about these text messages and, verify them or talk about metadata, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. It's a screenshot of the text messages, which I was very confused that they allowed in. But I don't know. I thought that there has to be an expert that verifies that what you're seeing is not doctored in any way or, made up, whatever it is, right? But I don't know. I don't fucking know. And then they talked about how there was an app that Allison McCabe uses called Life 360, which essentially kind of like tracks you where you are. I actually have to go back and listen to that part of the testimony because that should show that she went to go pick up Colin and then she went home and then blah, 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 right? So I kind of have to go back to that because I'm a little bit hazy on that. But I know that when the defense was cross-examining her, they were giving her shit about how she didn't go home like she said she did, like straight home. It showed that she went to the high school and then she went home, but then it would have taken her 2 minutes to do that. And she's like, oh, there's no way I could get from my high school to my home in 2 minutes. So some discrepancies there. And when the defense noticed that, they kind of dropped that. And then we get into Colin Albert. Yeah, direct examination of Colin Albert. Colin Albert says, he drank with friends, got a ride over to, the Albert's house and then hung out there for a little bit. But then he has like a 12 o'clock curfew. So he messaged, his friend to come pick him up. She came, dropped him off, and that's about it. Oh, hi, they're here. Time zones and stuff like that. Yeah, we got to see like metadata.
22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel?
All right, counsel wanted to see me at Sidebar.
Sidebar.
You don't need to be seen at Sidebar, Your Honor, but I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
Like to be heard?
Well, yes, I would.
Okay, I'll hear you. What is it about?
Your Honor, we are not only renewing our objection to the alleged harassment evidence that came in yesterday, but we're specifically moving to strike that testimony and specifically asking the court, before we get started today, to instruct the jury that they are to disregard that evidence. And
the harassment thing, I think the judge let that in because she said the door was open, if I remember correctly. So Allie McKay was on there, and then she was able to bring up the harassment that her and Colin have been getting and her family, and she like started crying on the stand. And so I remember the judge said she's going to allow that because the door was open. I think that's what he's referring to.
I wanted to point out to the court that it is our view, we didn't even come close to opening the door to that evidence. I had just asked the witness if she had turned over those text messages to the state police when she spoke to them on August 25th of 2023. I've asked every witness when was the first time that they spoke to the state police. That was the first time Ali McCabe spoke to the state police. None of that conversation had anything to do with harassment whatsoever. It was strictly related to the death of John O'Keefe and the investigation of John O'Keefe.
I was wondering that too when the door was open. I was like, you know what? I was playing the video at like 2 times speed, so I might have missed it.
Completely clear of any discussion of harassment whatsoever. I only focused on the federal grand jury and the approach by the state police on August 25. I opened no door. I didn't even approach the door. And yet that evidence came in. It led to a moment where, that Mr. Lally, I believe, has been waiting for, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves to gain sympathy before this jury. It was prejudicial to our client. It was prejudicial to our defense. It is error, and we're asking the court to correct it.
All right. What do you say, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as the questioning was concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, it was more geared towards why, implying that the witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in that environment, and that's the only reason that she had these messages, and why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier, and that is in direct response to the harassment that that witness and her entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had sustained as a result of actions.
Wait, so is he saying that she didn't turn it earlier because she was getting harassment, so she was scared?
By several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons, it was proper. There was nothing, I don't think it was more than 5 minutes of testimony concerning it, and it was because counsel opened the door to it.
That's pretty short.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Ms. Giannetti, I remember clearly the lines of inquiry that you initiated. So I disagree with you in the strongest way possible. You've made your record. Your motion's denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring in the jurors, please.
You know what I like with some of the other judges? They'll go back to the transcript and then they'll read out exactly what it was that opened the door. I like that better. Because I honestly don't really remember. Oh, God. That image is in my head. Can I put the shit back in the horse, sir? Get that imagery out of my head. That's Karen Reed's father right there. I wonder if that's a sibling or maybe a family member. I do recognize her face. I keep seeing her face. Karen Reed's mom should be somewhere around there too. I recognize her mom, dad, and then some of the members of the John O'Keefe family. Well, I do miss some things sometimes at 2 times speed. But 2 times speed is great for Lolly, in my opinion. When Jackson or Yannetti goes up there, it's a little bit rough because they do speak really fast. Especially Jackson. Oh my God, Jackson is really hard to listen to. It's on like 1.75 sometimes. I think that's John O'Keefe's parents. I think his mom and dad right there. All right, we're caught back with the live.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Jury's coming on, and oh God, my roommate got called for jury duty, and he was hoping that he wouldn't have to go in. And poor guy, he had to go in on Tuesday. I hope he has fun. There could be some interesting cases. This is John O'Keefe's brother. He already testified, I believe. I think he was the first witness to testify, actually, or the second witness.
Hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court, in for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated.
I wonder how often Judge Pannoni...
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
They must have called her...
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
They must have called her cannoli, like back when she was like when you're like young, you know?
So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able
When you get bullied by the kids.
to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? Yes, no. Thank you very much. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, may we have Mr. Albert, please?
I like how she does this, though. Good morning, beautiful people. Hello. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, let me update my text. Let's see.
Step on me.
Cross-examination. Welcome back,
You
Colin.
saw the other two, court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so.
I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, Mr. Jackson is gonna be a tough one.
Mr. Albert,
Who would you guys rather get crossed by, Mr. Jackson or Mr. Yannetti?
who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Phrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare?
I do agree, Aaron. I do agree with that. If you were attacked or if, people accused you for the past 1-2 years, whatever it is, I can see why they are really defensive on the stand. And then also when they are asked about, when they were asked, oh, what time did Colin leave? How they were super adamant about he left right away or he left at 12:10. It's because for, however many months, whatever, they've been accusing Colin of maybe having something to do with it. So I can see why there's a lot of emphasis on certain things in their testimonies because of the things that have been accused at them so far, right? So to me, that makes sense as well. All right, Colin, good luck. Mr. Jackson is scary.
Prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
You didn't speak to your parents?
No.
You didn't speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
Ask it answered.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Your mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022.
Yep.
Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about?
What did you talk about?
Now, Mr. Jackson did the same line of questioning to his father, I believe, and his father got a little bit confused. But I think the way Mr. Jackson asked his questions, especially in the beginning, it confused me as well a little bit. But then when the dad was getting confused about when he talked to Lolly, it didn't look good on the stand.
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. You spoke with Mr. Lally.
Well, I think he qualified it by, did you talk to anyone yesterday? Oh, see, I'm telling you, this is what happened to the dad too. I'm pretty sure he said, did you talk to anyone about your testimony yesterday to now? And then he said no to prep for this.
Okay. Yes.
It's not okay. It's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct, around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago, I'd say.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
I'm alive, fire.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
I guess since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead?
So that right there. That was good for the defense because the defense, they are trying to show the jury that, hey, by the way, y'all, they're trying to show the jury, by the way, y'all, like this guy, he might have been the one. And when he asked that line of questioning, so when did you start thinking about this case? And then that would make him respond, oh, when people started accusing me. And the jury's like, oh, wait, why are they accusing you? So, oh my God, that was pretty skilled.
Dead on the lawn the next morning. Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
Because then it's like, okay, so, I mean, I think right there when he asked, when did you start thinking about this case? It's like, so did you start thinking about the case when there was a dead body found on your friend's lawn? No. Oh, so you didn't care about John O'Keefe? I thought you said that, you guys had good relations. I thought you said he was a nice guy, So I don't know. I felt like that question had like a multi-purpose there. Oh my gosh.
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
You remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
I mean, for a 20-year-old, he's doing pretty well on the stand. I would be very fucking confused. I'd be like, what? I would have a meltdown.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news?
And, you're probably thinking, you're a 20-year-old. Why don't you have social media? Well, if people have been coming on, after you online, I could see why you would disable all your social media.
No news coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Correct.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago?
I do not remember.
What's his name? Jackson. First name Alan, I think. I think he's Alan Jackson. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then the other one is David Yannetti.
Could have been a year ago?
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
Roger. Oh,
was-
Roger.
More recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Alan.
I don't remember.
So you have no independent recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
So the defense, maybe they don't want him to testify because I don't know. Because I feel like if they do the cross-examination of him, we can get a lot of answers out of this, right? Whether or not if we think that he's involved or not. But the defense is trying really hard to ask a lot of these questions. If he said, like, yes, I did talk to my dad about his testimony, then obviously he's going to get kicked off the stand, right? It's like, well, the defense, wouldn't you want this guy to testify so you can nail him down on something? I don't know. Instead of just trying to ask questions to get him kicked off the stand immediately. It's as if they don't want him to be up here.
No, I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation?
Yes, I did. Did anyone notice there's a month gap between Allie and Colin's messages for being best friends? The screenshots show they didn't speak till February 20th again. I did notice that. I do. However, I do know that they do have, they also use Snapchat for some reason to communicate with each other. And they had like a Snapchat group chat thing. So maybe text was like once in a while. And then maybe their main method of communication was Snapchat. Or maybe, there are some messages that are deleted. Yeah, I don't know.
For your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember.
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No.
No?
No. Sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand, there might be tough questions. Easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with a cop.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you are not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember 2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m., correct?
12:10.
Down to the minute.
Correct.
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't. You're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
Around a month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just,
All right, sorry.
Is he the killer? We don't know.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
So if your father received a phone call and then told you you need to go to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally, that would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, correct?
I wouldn't say so, no.
You would categorize that as such.
No.
Okay. Because, of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
You didn't mention that to your mom.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, How was that meeting
No.
about this massive murder case?
Oh, it's what?
Let me ask it a different way. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
Stand on relevancy, ask it differently.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
See that? The judge gave grounds for the objection. Can she do that from now on, please?
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Okay.
Hi, lady.
You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. It's a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday.
Before yesterday? Had you ever seen that before?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot, had you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever show it to you?
Not that I remember, no.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember. Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
I don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
He asked you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
He asked you about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Or are we trying to get videos and comments in?
Any photos you've ever been in?
No.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
When you say not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we were more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach?
Okay? Yes.
To yourself, please.
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
So the objection sustained as to the content of the photos. Did you want to come to Sidebar and explain this to me?
He looks annoyed. He looks nervous, in my opinion. But, I mean, who would it be? Testifying at the stand? With the seasoned attorney? You're accused of things. This is your only way to clear the air. There's a lot going on. All right, they're still doing the sidebar. I'd be so mad if I had to be a witness. I'm like, oh, y'all have to live stream it too?
We can get that, but we'll answer that question.
$10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
What?
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger. It was 10 years ago.
Of course,
Is that
of
yes?
course.
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes.
Person on the far left,
Correct.
looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Hey, biker, how are you doing today? Oh, Jen texted her. Okay, so Karen and boyfriend left bar together. Jen saw Karen's vehicle at the house where his body was found. Did she? Jen texted her to park behind the car, but it drove off. Oh, okay. If there's text messages, I want to see, because Sarah's testimony, was it Sarah? Yeah, Sarah's testimony, one of Brian Albert Jr.'s friends who was there, said that she saw Jen McCabe charging her phone on some wall or something like that, and Jen was checking her phone periodically as if she was trying to wait and see if maybe her friend Karen Reed was coming in or not, if her and her boyfriend are coming, or she could just been checking her phone for something else too. I don't know. If we do see more text messages, can we please get an expert to go up there and verify it? Oh man, this is gonna feel like a long court day probably, even though it's a half day. How are you guys doing today? Good morning. Hello. How is everyone? Yeah, I want to hear more about the federal investigation, because sometimes they release their findings. But I don't know if, I mean, we're definitely not going to hear much from the federal grand jury. But I mean, they did the federal grand jury, and then they're probably going to continue investigating, right? Or like, what's the next step for the feds? What are they going to do afterwards? I've heard that the defense and the state both asked for a continuance of this trial because of the federal stuff. But the judge went ahead and continued the trial anyway. I guess whatever she found out from the federal grand jury and their investigation, it wasn't enough to stop the trial from happening. What's Janetti saying? Janetti's like, you got this. Where's Janetti from? So Jackson is an LA attorney. Is Janetti?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is Janetti local?
Robert, I want you to look at that one more time.
I don't think he doesn't have a Boston accent. Let me see.
Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You consider the Proctor family close to your family.
Yeah.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that being in a wedding party is reserved for most special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
No.
How many times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
Oh, I think Yannetti is Massachusetts. It says Yannetti is a former assistant DA in Middlesex County. I'm assuming Middlesex, Massachusetts.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview?
Did they release that initial finding to the public? I tried finding like anything I could find about this case. I heard that some of the pages were released to the defense and the prosecution, but was it ever released to the public? If so, can you let me know where it is so I can find it?
Just to get the date.
Sure, yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just because you're part of someone's wedding party doesn't mean you're necessarily that close. I mean, shoot, I even went to a wedding for someone that I didn't even care about. Yeah, same. I'm like, I've been asked to be bridesmaids before, and I'm like not super close to them. And like sometimes I think, like I know what the defense is saying, like you could be really close, right? But there are times when you're just kind of like, not that close. He was a ring bearer for the wedding. Maybe he was just a cute kid at the time and they just wanted to be the ring bearer. I know sometimes like people just ask like their friends with cute kids to do that shit. But I mean, they could be close.
In the middle of the paragraph, if you'll just read that to yourself, please.
What? Why is Dr. Todd Grant annoying? I like him.
You got that?
Yeah.
I like his dry humor.
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe.
Sorry, what was this? 2023?
Who conducted that interview? May I approach you?
Yes.
Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and...
Sorry, what's the fucking date?
Correct.
Does that refresh your recollection? You saw the July 18 date?
Oh, July 18th date. Okay.
Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
I mean, honestly, Michael Proctor being the lead investigator, do they really not have anyone else to do this? Anyone? Anyone?
No.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Breakfast? No, too early. I have my protein shake here, though.
May I approach?
Yes.
I need a foundational question first. I apologize. It's my fault, Mr. Albert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Paramedics repeatedly say Karen said I hit him. Yeah, that's a huge thing that has stood out so far. But ever since that, everything else has just been kind of like,
Take a look at this, and I'm going to direct your attention to line 18 and 19 of that transcript. Let me know when you've reviewed it. Is that yes?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
So wait, is the FBI initial findings, is that
refresh your
public?
recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The
What did you take a plea? Not with all the stuff that we found out so far. With how the investigation was done, how some of the people weren't even interviewed, how Proctor could be, close with some of the witnesses. So there's a lot of mess going on. I can see why Karen Reed is still fighting it very hard.
The interview that you
Chocolate.
had with Michael Proctor.
The best
That's what
flavor.
that question was about, that you just read.
I still don't remember.
You recall that it says that you testified. Question: how long did
Objection.
the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently, you know that.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
10 minutes?
So during the course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile and accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
Professional, I'd say.
Yeah. Because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
He was friendly, cordial,
Correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
You made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
Questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place, those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who
repeat?
else was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And then when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
May I have that, please?
If she said that to the paramedic, sorry, I saw something earlier. Did I miss it? Oh yeah, the YouTube layout is completely different on mobile. Ugh. Don't look forward to seeing that. Does it look good at least? Okay, if the paramedics heard her say that, then I believe they have nothing to gain. Well, the thing is, there's some confusion with the I hit him thing. So the paramedics, 2 of them said they heard her say that. I mean, it's possible to get the details mixed up. But I think 2 of the paramedics said they heard her say that. Or like, no, sorry. One paramedic said that he was doing he was setting up the balloons thing, and I think asked like, "Oh, what happened?" And then she replied to him saying, "I hit him." Another one said they overheard her saying, "I hit him." However, the female paramedic said that no, I was the one who asked her questions, and she told me, and then I went back to the ambulance and I told the rest of the paramedics. So that kind of never got cleaned up by Mr. Lawley. I think it was cleaned up once where he tried to reveal that like, oh, there was 2 instances where they heard that. One was separate and then one was like maybe in the ambulance. But I don't know. He didn't do a good job at cleaning it up. It seems like it might have been said in 2 separate occasions where they heard it, but we don't know. But then also the female paramedic who heard it, they were trying to get her for, being tied to the Albert family. Like, oh, you had something to gain out of this because you're friends with the Albert family. You guys went to the same high school, blah, 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 right? And then also the issue was also, I think law enforcement said that they heard that, but he never included in his report. It's like, why would you not include that in your report? You're responding to a scene where there's a cop that was found dead, and if you heard a woman saying, oh, I hit him, you would include that in your report. So that's like a major oversight. So the I hit him thing, it's a little bit wonky. I don't know. You want it to be solidified, right? You want people to say like the same things, and then you want it to be shown up in the reports. I know that like the paramedics, they have a thing where only the lead paramedic will write down a report. And I think he did include the I hit him thing. But when they went to the hospital, I don't think they ever told the hospital staff that she said she might have hit him or something like that. I don't know. Maybe with a vehicle. I don't know. You would think that part would be very clarified because that's very important for the jury. But I imagine the jury might be just as confused as we are.
Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
What year? 2023?
I don't.
Let me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay. You were put under oath. You appeared with your lawyer. You gave testimony, and that's part of what you looked at a second.
Correct.
Okay.
Is it the federal one?
But when you met with Michael Proctor,
how many federal hearings were there?
you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin, Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're going to grab a buddy, say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're going to text them, probably not call
Either or.
them. Okay. But texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Allie. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Allie.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Sure.
Like for me, I rarely text, like text. I usually use like other messengers in order to reach people. Text is like when I need something kind of like urgent and I want them to like see it. So for example, like if I need something from Dennis right away, I'll text him, or like if he needs an answer from me right away, he'll text me, right? But if it's something that's like casual, it would just be on like Facebook or like whatever else that we use. I don't know if Karen has to go on the stand.
I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, can you place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
I do remember a witness saying that she could have said, did I hit him? I think it was someone that had already testified. I think.
Your Honor, may I approach? I need to use the Elmo instead of
Okay, is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
May I have that back?
I thought you meant approach over here.
Well, the issue with the taillight pieces, so they weren't found until days later. There were people on the scene. There was law enforcement with a leaf blower blowing the snow away, and no one saw the taillight pieces. Clear red pieces, little plastic pieces, no one saw that. It wasn't until days later when law enforcement already had Karen's car in their possession, they went back to the scene and they said they found fragments of taillight pieces. So, I guess like the theory is that, did law enforcement plant that there to frame Karen? The other thing is maybe the taillight pieces were still buried under the snow and you couldn't see it. I don't know. The taillight pieces thing it's a bit wonky too. Because I was thinking like, maybe the pieces were small enough and it was just like hidden in the snow. And that's why no one saw it. But the cocktail glass, the clear cocktail glass that was found by John's body, that was there. People were able to see it.
Do you want the Commonwealth to pull it? Mr. Jackson, do you
The
want the
fuck is
Commonwealth to pull
that?
it up for you?
What is this? Like a horror movie. Oh, thank God. Okay.
You see what's displayed on the screen?
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now, is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier, and then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off, and there was an exchange back and forth, is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string, that ends at 12:10 a.m. and it says okay. You see the next date?
Yes.
What date is that?
February 20th.
And see, it says on a Zoom. So I wonder if they're doing a Zoom call about this or something important. Because like I said, like for me, I use text messages for something that requires urgency. And then I'll use other messengers for whatever, right? So it's possible they did the same thing here, why there's a time gap.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Well, let's see what he says.
So
Let's see what he
there was a
says.
gap.
I'm giving you guys my answer. Let's hear his answer.
After January 29th, 2022,
Time gap.
when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn, and you and Allie did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of, thank you, we can take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
There you
So
go.
is there a reason why?
I thought he was going to be like, I don't know. Someone must have deleted the text. Okay. I mean, it would make sense, Snapchat and all this shit.
You decided for the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
Oh, and the way the defense attorney, why did you switch platforms? Oh, God, the way he asks, it's so fucking good. It's like, why did you switch platforms? It's just that we use other methods of communication. I don't know. I hope he gets to get an answer. We'll see. Because this attorney is so fucking seasoned. He's so fucking good. Jesus. It's like, it made it seem like, you know, they normally text in regular text messages and then they switched to Snapchat. It could just be that he's always been using Snapchat mostly all along and then, you know, text messages sometimes. Oh, God. He's so good.
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
You switch platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto-delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again, your memory is failing you.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you.
Objection.
Don't remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Alan McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now.
Oh, my God. Yes. Every time I hear Jackson, I always think of that song.
Can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, the hours, and days, and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Allie, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone. Right?
Mm-hmm. I'm
not
sorry,
sure.
Miss Jackson. I am for real.
You testified that you provided Exhibit 81, what we were just looking at, and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Allie McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
You say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question.
Not really. That wasn't really your question.
When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you
Michael
never
Proctor
volunteered to
sucked.
give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered too, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
I actually wonder what their relationship with Michael Proctor is now. Like, I wonder if they all just hate Michael Proctor for not doing his job properly. Because let's say they didn't do it, right? And Michael Proctor sucked at his job, didn't do his investigation properly. Well, because of that, now there's so much doubt that people are pointing their fingers at them, right?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if you could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked.
Hey, Claire, how are you doing today? I use Snapchat, WhatsApp, Messenger, and text as a last resort. With the same people over a whole day for no reason at all. I'm 45. It ain't really that deep. Yeah. Same. But I guess like for maybe like members of the jury who do not use alternative messenger, maybe they might be like, oh my God, the gap. That is weird, right? He just has to guess how to ask it differently though, because he doesn't know what the basis for the. I'm sure he knows. He's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. I'm sure he knows.
Asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time. It'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
Hi, Kiki. You want a
I'll hear
protein
this
shake?
answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure. Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations, have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received.
Remember the Alberts had promised Proctor Reward once this is all over? Oh, I don't know anything about that. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I've heard about it, but I haven't heard about it in the trial or anything. I mean, honestly, if you're all on the same side and then you thought that, well, actually, no, maybe they do support Michael Proctor, because I did see a website where I was searching for stuff about this case, and there was a website that popped out. It was like, oh, you know, Michael Proctor has been falsely accused, blah, 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 you know? So I don't know if like the Alberts created that or who created that, or maybe he created that, or maybe like just like people on the internet created that. But I mean, because I could see it also as like, okay, you're giving someone a reward because they're doing your dirty work for you. I could also see you're giving someone a reward because, you know, you're both going through the same thing when you're being accused by, you know, by the public for certain things. But I don't know. I am kind of curious to hear about that. You know, is it a text message or what else was in that? Michael Proctor is a lead investigator who the state may or may not call. And you're like, well, Corky, if he's a lead investigator, why would the state not call him? Huh. Good fucking question. Because they probably don't want to. They probably want to distance themselves from the lead investigator. But we'll see. We'll see.
Right?
How do you not call him?
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. Can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buknik, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buknik when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buknik if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him, you'd have to get it from your dad?
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buknik agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him?
Don't remember that.
You don't remember you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buknik a copy of that screenshot.
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection.
Wait, whose tactic is that? Do you remember anything? Hold on. Oh God, I'm getting flashbacks to another trial. Oh, what trial was that? Someone kept saying, I don't remember. They're like, do you remember anything? Oh gosh. Oh, it's so condescending. No, was it in Deb? Well, do you remember anything? Oh gosh.
I'll withdraw. To this day, you've never been required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent, have you?
Nope.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
I mean, I think for a 20-year-old, I think he's doing pretty well on the stand against this attorney who's like really fucking good.
If you had the actual texts on your phone, why did you?
Yes. Jody fucking Arias. Oh my God, Juan Martinez. Oh gosh, yes. Juan Martinez. So, just to clarify, the lawyer who's doing the questioning right now, he used to be a prosecutor in LA. So, prosecutor, right now he's being a defense attorney for Karen Reed, but he used to be a prosecutor. Oh my God, yes, Juan Martinez. Thank you. Do you have a problem with your memory? Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes. Okay. If I'm sitting in the jury right now, as far as the line of questioning, it's just like, okay, you know, he might be close with Courtney Proctor. Proctor must be important. Oh, Proctor is the one who did the questioning and investigation. Okay, kind of weird that they might be close with each other, but nothing too significant for me, I would say.
Provide law enforcement with just a screenshot.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
You were shown a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Mr. Lally showed you that photo?
Correct.
And
Yeah,
said he
when
wanted
was
you to
that?
pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about that.
Yes.
You said
Do we
no.
have metadata?
In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February 2022 about you, your face, your hands, fists, nothing. Right?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
Then I have two documents I'd like to mark for identification with the court's permission to show Mr. Lally.
Okay.
1, 2.
Oh, it's spinning. Spinning. Why is it spinning? Why is it spinning? Spinning, spinning, spinning. Selective memory never sits well with the jury. Trying to get him to be agitated and off balance. Are they doing the sidebar? Oh man, lots of sidebars today. Oh boy. What a start of the day. Who are the people behind here with laptops? Oh, are they journalists? I'm like, why are they allowed to have laptops? Don't ask me where I went out 2 weeks ago, little one, 2 years ago, though. For me, luckily, I have like a lot of documentation, I guess. We have like security cam footages. I don't know, pictures. But yeah. Don't ask me either. Jamba juice? Jamba juice, you mean? Jamba juice? Jamba juice? Where's that from again? You can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. From a movie.
So you're putting it in evidence before you display it?
May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Surround. Sir, do
Oh,
you
it's media?
recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate enlargement of the first thumbnail?
Yes.
And those were taken on that photo was taken on February 26, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Fenway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
May I publish the...
Put it into evidence first.
Move for the admission of just EE.
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
May I, I'm sorry, just FF? May I approach?
Yes.
EE or FF?
Let me have both. FF.
Okay, give it to Madam Court Reporter to put the exhibit number on it.
The movie's A Few Good Men with Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise. I think it's on my watch list, actually. On Netflix, right?
Ma'am?
Yes.
And what's her name?
You see that photograph that's being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
Oh, yes. Zoom and enhance. Can you do
And
that?
About what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort, or just you?
Wait, so he said this was February 26, 2022. So like almost a month later. I mean, I guess I'm not a fucking expert or anything, but they look kind of like pinkish to me. I would expect like a month later it would be more brown, like dark brown and scabbed. I'm sure they'll have an expert to talk about this because there was a picture of him that they posted. It was 2 weeks after, where you could see his knuckles and all that stuff, and there's no injuries. However, there's no fucking metadata on it. Like no expert testimony about the metadata yet. So I'm sure the defense state will talk about that because we need fucking metadata. How else is the jury gonna know the picture was taken when it was taken? Ah!
You were at a bar.
Just at a bar.
Okay. Why don't you
But I want to know what happened to his knuckles. Explain.
take a look at your right hand? Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Or they can show that he's like a fighter, that he like gets into fights with people. He's aggressive.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone. In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo, correct?
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by
You
that.
couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo was completely sort of out of your...
Because the defense is saying that like the other photos that you were shown the other photos that were shown of you with you by yourself and you and your aunt a couple weeks later, that could have been manipulated. So that's why we need a defense, or we need an expert to go up there to talk about the metadata.
Control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Mr. Albert? We can analyze that.
Oh, thanks, Raw Milk. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you're that's great. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day. Hello.
I was at a party, my house party, my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckle.
Wait, okay, so let's say you're holding something and then you're about to fall and you're going to brace yourself. Shit, I don't know. Brace yourself. I don't know. Maybe. Huh, okay.
Correct.
So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt?
Let me see. If
Yes.
you're like
And you
falling.
braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight by
Wait, hold on. He's wearing a t-shirt, right? I'm trying to think if there's any scuffs right here. Oh, but he could have worn a jacket. He said it was outside too. He could have worn a jacket. Because I was like, oh, wouldn't there also be injuries over here? Oh yeah, not if you wore a jacket. Palms forward, like this. Could be. I mean, I could also see it like you're doing this to protect yourself as well. Like this. Yeah, I don't know. Not quite sure on that one.
Was a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just
Irene.
saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt?
Yes.
And you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Seriously?
Oh my god. Mr. Jackson. Oh god, who's starker? Jackson or Yannetti? Yannetti with the of course. Of course. Of course. Oh god.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You put your palms down when you fell?
No.
Fell your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles, correct?
Correct.
Those injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Sorry, that laugh
Other
was
than
so
with my
obnoxious.
brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
And in this case, when you fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top 4 knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
Wait. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I believe this. Because he's right-handed, right? Why hold the drink with your left hand if right hand is your dominant hand, or your phone? Because I'm trying to think. I put my phone on my left hand or my drink on my left hand if I have something in my right hand. But well, did he mention he had something in his right hand? Maybe he had something in his right hand too. I would just say my dominant hand is technically, or is typically holding the phone / drink or whatever. That's me.
Box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
You ever practiced boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
Yeah, like that would make sense if you had something in both hands, right? But I don't know if he mentioned that he was holding something in his right hand also.
Not doing curls,
Nope.
not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
I'd say yeah.
Yeah.
Usually when you fall, your palms get hurt because you're trying to brace yourself. The palm makes contact first, unless you felt like a spider. For me, I don't know. There has been times when I've used my palms to brace myself, but that's only if I have 2 hands available to me, right? If I have 2 hands available, I would use 2 hands to brace myself. But if I only had 1 hand available, I would just want to fall like on my shoulder or something, or like on here, you know? Like I'd be like this. Because I wouldn't want to use 1 hand to catch myself and like fuck my wrist. Yeah, I feel like that would be my natural instinct. 2 hands for both palms. 1 hand would be like this. My dominant hand is always free. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, people are different. Yeah. For me, my dominant hand is usually the one that's doing the thing. Unless I have something in my dominant hand.
When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles looked like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
But you know, I do want to mention this though. Earlier I said that a month later, I feel like this part would be really scabby. And in the picture, it looked like it was kind of pink and maybe more fresh. When you do bend your hands though, it's possible that when your knuckles are healing, you might re-rip them again. You guys ever get like an injury on like knuckles or anything here before? I used to have an injury like right here, and it would take fucking forever to heal because I would just rip it all over again. So I don't know in the picture if it looks like maybe the edges are healed and then right here has been ripped again. It looked like they were fresh to me though.
Fallen on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
No one falls knuckles down. People do palm first. Like for me, I could imagine like protecting myself and bracing myself. And if I didn't do it on time, it's possible that I could catch my knuckles. But I think I would have injuries like right here too. And maybe my wrist. It wouldn't just be knuckles, right? Knuckle only injury is like really fucking weird. It'd be like, let's say like you're falling down, and as you're falling, right, you scrape your knuckles across the ground, and then you would have an injury on here and here. And say he was wearing a jacket, so he doesn't have any injuries on his arms. I think at a minimum, you would also have an injury here. But like I said, I'm not a fucking expert, so maybe there'll be an expert who will explain this. I don't know. Maybe they'll reanimate this or something. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, a little weird.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
Oh, did he re-injure his... Oh, sorry. From earlier. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
Cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Did you post a video? You threatened that you're going to...
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I'm familiar with this.
No?
Wait,
You-
where's-
boxing, right?
I wouldn't say so. Not.
You ever practice boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls.
Nope.
Not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
I'd say yeah.
Yeah. When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles look like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
Just falling on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
Did you post?
Okay, so sidebar.
So we'll send you out for the morning recess.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh, morning recess?
Voting.
You know what? Okay, so taxi, that did cross my mind, but I was like, nah. Taxi was in my Twitch chat earlier complaining about how the UI looked completely different. I was like, okay, he must have went to YouTube, didn't like it, and then went to Twitch or something. Hi, Kurt. How are you doing today? How's it going? He was doing decent so far until we got to the explanation of the knuckles. But we need the metadata for the photos that were taken 2 weeks after that showed that he had no cuts and scrapes or whatever, right? We need metadata on that.
All right, so, Mr. Albert, you stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of short videos, and then Mr. Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go back. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. So the first one, are they both on the same? They're separate. All right.
Where's his lawyer? I feel his lawyer needs to be there. Oh gosh. Okay, we're doing voir dire. Jury's out of the room.
So let's mark them each for identification.
The one I'm holding in my right hand.
All right. Thank you. All right. So play GG first, please.
Yes, sir.
What is this?
Yo, your name boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you. I will.
What is this? Oh Lord, that's not good. Okay, what happened? What's context?
Yes, sir.
Yo, your name boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you. I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Who's he talking to?
Okay, and the next one, please.
I did hear what he said in the beginning. Is he talking to like the haters online? Is he just like threatening someone else, or? Ooh, this is not good for the jury. No, the jury's not here.
May
Okay.
I inquire your
Yeah, what's the context about this?
Yes.
I'm going to take those two videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang video.
The bang bang.
For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the advantage voice video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school, around.
Where were you?
I don't remember. Where?
So your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
What? This is in sophomore high school? Okay, so this is like 10th grade. He was like 15. You're either 14, 15, or 16, roughly around that age. I don't know if I care about a video that happened in sophomore of high school. I don't know. Like high school, you just do cringe shit. Why is this in here?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination you've never been in a fight,
No.
indicating that you have no violent tendencies.
What does No, it's the way he said it. How do you recognize? I don't know. That to me was a weird question too. I would have been like, what?
No violent proclivities, right?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I will fuck you up?
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually say?
That I would fuck them up.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said, I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
Hi, BMO.
No.
That was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
It's a threat. You can admit to that.
Someone walks up to you. I'm not going to do it. But if someone did, walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up, I will beat your ass, that's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up.
Were you threatening these advantage boys guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kind
Jackson's like, I don't care. The jury's not here. I'm gonna be performative for the YouTubes.
of.
Were you threatening them with violence?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
Explain that to me.
Me too. I wish we could have dual cameras. I want to see the lawyer and I want to see the person on the stand. We need 2 cameras in here.
I'm not sure. Like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch. Right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Those same advantage kids.
Got it. So
We're
you're
the
threatening them
advantage
yet
kids.
again a second time.
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like, come by.
Yeah, meaning get over here. Right?
Yep.
It's when-
Oh, sweet. Wait, you have a Rivian? Do you ever use the dog mode on that? My issue with the Rivian, I don't like the headrest. I don't know. There's something about the headrest that I just really don't like. But Rivian they look fucking beautiful.
You do, I'm gonna fuck you up, right?
Yeah,
Meaning I'm gonna fight you and I'm gonna put you down, correct?
correct.
That was your threat to them.
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat made? Before or after the Advantage Boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been this same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that?
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay. So you changed your shirt, and on the same night, you just decided to threaten the guys twice. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around you?
All right. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding, to testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then, too, didn't you?
I do not remember.
Oh boy.
July 27th, 2023. Do you remember being at...
I wonder if he did get into fights, but he doesn't want to admit it now because he thinks it'll look bad for his defense of not attacking John O'Keefe. You know how like some people when they're testifying, they just want to be squeaky clean and they don't want to admit to like any faults or anything like that because they think if they admit to like step 1, it'll be an admission to like step 4.
At another hearing?
Yes.
You remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
Do you remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
I'll rephrase that. My apologies, Your Honor. You were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
What did he say then?
And you claimed at that time, well, let me back up for a second and ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Correct.
You said, I must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag, yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand, though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again. Not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, your right hand.
Yeah, like I wonder if he's lying about these injuries and he's digging himself in a deeper hole, which wouldn't be good. Also, like if you're punching the bag, like wouldn't you wear gloves or wraps or something like that? And then why is it only on one side of the hand?
Aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch.
Why can't the jury hear this? We're kind of doing like a side quest right now, where the judge is going to listen to what the lawyer is going to ask, and then she'll determine what she's going to allow to be asked in front of the jury.
That's with your right fist, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not sure.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Lally. Good luck.
Mr. Albert,
Hey, Neko, how are the Daybell trials? Or how's the Daybell trial?
When those videos made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
14, 15, 16?
16. 16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I feel like we can scrap the high school video, but the part where he's explaining the injuries at the federal grand jury, let that in.
as far as
Or can they let that in? Yeah, let it in.
within those videos, well, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year,
Correct.
and relatively close to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And what, if any, relationship did you have with that club hockey team?
None.
And so, as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
Yeah, I was like, did he play hockey? Also, for the Chad Dable stuff, I heard that they talked about the love romance novel that Chad wrote for Lori or something, right? I don't know. It was in the headlines, and I was like, bleh.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids or what their names were or anything like that?
Not at all.
And
Just chatting. Oh God.
was there ever any sort of physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further on.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I very briefly?
I mean, I don't know when his birthday is, but sophomore, and so he was in sophomore, right? 2 years later, he was a senior, and that was when John O'Keefe was found murdered. So 2 years right there. Could be a year and a half. I don't know. But I don't know. Like, I don't know if I really care about the video. If I was a jury, it's 2 years prior. You're in high school. You say stupid shit. You do dumb shit. You know. I don't know. 2 years before. I don't know if I would really care about that.
You indicated, Mr. Elmer.
I want to hear more about the injuries, or just him explaining the injuries at the federal grand jury, if anything.
This was your sophomore year in high school. But you were asked that exact same question under oath. The time frame.
Because if you think he's lying about that, then you wouldn't take his words for him falling on ice, blah, 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 right?
These videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe. I'm not sure
Not sure.
exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022. 21, 22.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Correct.
They have no, Your Honor.
Yes. All right, I will hear you.
Your Honor, if we could make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to step out of this.
What does senior mean? 12th grade. I need to use the bathroom. Why is this looping? Oh my God, hurry up.
Highly relevant.
Okay, so he's gonna want these videos
Cannot
in.
hear in that background.
No problem.
Okay, he's gonna explain
I
why.
appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire?
Understood.
Okay, so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true. In front of the jury, he said, I've never been in a fight.
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. His arm draped over his aunt. He's with his mom, looking very family-oriented,
I
etc.
knew I was going to say family oriented.
And
You can read
Mr.
your
Lally
mind.
went further than that and specifically said, I want you to take a look at your face, your hands, and your extremities. Do you see anything unusual or odd about that? That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, I've never been in a fight. Those two videos belie that testimony. There is no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how...
But I don't know, making threats on stupid fucking social media versus being in a fight, I mean, that's different.
Whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated
They're like, due diligence, what's that?
this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical
Proctor's like, no, I was planning on investigating everyone. I just wanted to do it 2.5 years later.
altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
Oh my God. Oh God, he's definitely doing it for the YouTube. He had some devil heart drink today. I don't know. Let's zoom in. Maybe he does have busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third-party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to both. But yes, it also goes to our third-party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe, this should be a focus of the juror's attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this that evidence points to that may have done this? Absolutely. This evidence, what we now have, points directly in that it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically looked like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer?
Well, I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night.
Did you guys see when Allie McCabe dropped the bomb yesterday that Colin wasn't at the house when John was there? I did catch that when she said it, but in the context of it, I didn't think it was a big deal. I think she just meant Colin wasn't at the house when John was there, as in when John was in front of the house with Karen. I don't know. I didn't really think much of that, but it did make my ears perk because I was like, oh, that could be something, but I don't know. I didn't think it was a big deal.
with John O'Keefe on the night that John O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence that there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
May I give it briefly?
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got 2 black eyes, a laceration of his
Oh, wait, when he said there's no evidence of a fight, I thought he meant the video, the threatening videos.
right eye, laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that evidence.
Has anyone here ever had a broken nose before or got punched in the nose? If you have a broken nose, could you also get like dark eyes? Because I've seen people do when you break your nose to do like a rhinoplasty, I've seen people in recovery afterwards will have like really dark black eyes, as if they were punched as well. So while I did see like the autopsy photo, I know the trial hasn't seen it yet, but I did see it, and I was thinking, well, let's say he got hit in the nose. Could that have explained his eyes? I guess we'll have to wait for expert testimony for that one. Yeah, I messaged Amber Heard. Thank you. Did the eyes puff up? Yeah. So, because I was thinking, okay, well, let's say we go to the theory that, Karen hit John with the car. Maybe she backed up to him in a way where I don't even fucking know how that would even happen. Maybe she backed up into in a way where the headlight hit his, like maybe he was bent over. I don't fucking know. But let's just say, however she hit his car, or however she hit him with the car, she hit his face, the nose, right? And he got that, like, the nose is kind of, I don't fucking know, actually. I don't know. The brother testified that his eyes were popping out, but I don't know that when you die, if it looks like your eyes are popping out, especially if you have, like, injury to your nose. I don't know. There's a lot of things that I don't know. I've never really done, an autopsy before. I don't really see dead bodies normally, so I don't know. Yeah, I was thinking maybe John was bending over. Like, okay, maybe Karen did get out of the car. Maybe they were arguing outside of the car. Maybe she smashes nose. I don't know. It's pretty aggressive. Smashing someone's nose with a cocktail glass. I don't know. I don't fucking know. They need to explain how John got his injuries. But it's possible that the black eyes could have came from his nose getting fucked up, right? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm thinking.
That evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves.
Were the scratches on his right arm, right? Scratches were on the right arm?
Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way...
He used his nose to catch the fall. I don't know, but then there's also the injury in the back of his head. Because I was thinking he must have got hit from the front, fell backwards. That's why he's got the injury in his head. Maybe the arm from trying to shield himself. But why would he be bent low like that? Because he's 6'2". But my understanding is Karen was driving like a pretty large SUV, but still, he's 6'2". I don't know. Yeah, maybe he was like bent over. I don't know. Maybe he was sitting on the curb? No, because when he was found, he wasn't found on the curb. He was found like laying flat with his back on the snow. Oh, thanks, Raid. I'm so glad you hit up Amber. Amber says that the broken nose isn't that serious, y'all. You can literally fix it overnight. True. Okay, thanks.
Takes about that long. That is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay, so may I have those 2 flash drives, please? Yes. No.
Why does it keep doing this when I forward? Oh my god, I need to stop doing this then. The internet's, the YouTube's not liking me today.
We take a 15-minute recess. I'll look at these and we'll come out.
All rise. Let me use the restroom. All right, guys, get up and stretch real quick. Use the bathroom. What plugin do I use for fast forward? Oh, it's just, there's no plugin needed. You just use your arrow keys on your keyboard, or you can use J and L to do 10 seconds fast forward and backwards or something like that. Okay, so I think Colin is falling apart on the stand. I think Colin started off pretty strong with his direct examination. I thought he started off pretty okay in the beginning of cross-examination, especially against a very seasoned attorney like Mr. Jackson here, who used to be a DA in LA. Okay, DA in LA. But when we got to the explanation of the knuckles, a little bit wonky. You know, he says that he fell and the knuckles caught the ground. I don't see injuries on the back of the hand, but maybe he just fell that way. But where it really fell apart for me was when Jackson, during voir dire, brought up the grand jury. How Colin also showed up to the grand jury hearing. I think the federal one. And he also had busted knuckle, not only on one side, And Colin was like, oh, I must have been maybe boxing. And then Jackson's like, we're boxing? Okay, so you're just only one hand is getting hurt, not the other one? I don't know. If you're boxing, aren't you usually kind of like doing both hands and you're punching the bag or whatever it is? So that was falling apart for me. So a couple theories. It could be that theory number one is Colin was involved in the death of John O'Keefe. And Colin did subsequently get bruises on his knuckles afterwards. And it's possible that any other bruising that happened afterwards, Colin may have gotten fights with other people and he's lying about it, right? Another theory, Colin had nothing to do with John O'Keefe's murder. He got bruising on his knuckles from punching someone, but he doesn't want to admit in being fights with anyone because it might make him look bad and therefore it might make it look like he was involved with John O'Keefe's death, right? And he's lying about it. Yeah. Or number three, it could be that he had nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death and the injuries happened the way he said it happened. I don't know. I think we really need to hear from experts. We really need to hear about metadata on the photos, the screenshots. That would really help a lot. We really need to hear from whoever did the autopsy. That would help a lot. So, Lolly, why are we going in this order? Oh gosh. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson is a good lawyer. Oh man. The defense, third-party blame is nuts. You know, I think that initially I thought that the defense maybe should have just stuck to tearing apart the investigation instead of like introducing, oh, maybe a third party did it. But, you know, I think it was a good strategy to blame it on other people because it definitely has people in the public riled up. And it might have some of the members of the jury riled up as well. Like, oh shit, like it's not Karen. Could have been this person, could have been that person, right? So I don't know. The more holes you try to introduce, the more doubt. Like the jury can take one and then go with that, right? So maybe some members of the jury are more affected by the investigation. And maybe with the investigation, they find, oh, there's doubt. Maybe some members of the jury will take issue with, you know, possibly another party being involved, right? So it's like, let's just throw everything we can and see what sticks. What is that called again? Is it the kitchen sink argument? I remember hearing that, I think in one of Ben Chu's motions. Kitchen sink argument. Kitchen sinking is a communication pattern where one or both partners bring up multiple past issues or grievances during an argument. For example, one partner might list out every complaint and mistake their partner has made, even though it's not related to the current topic. This can escalate the fight to unhealthy levels. True. Oh God, don't do that. Kitchen sinking. Oh, wait. Kitchen sink. Oh, it's because, wait, hold on a second. This looks a little bit sexist. What's going on here? Is it because you're both at the kitchen together doing the dishes and then that's when the arguments come up? Or why is it called kitchen sinking? Or is it because the wife is in the kitchen doing the dishes and that's when she's like airing out her grievances? Interesting. I don't know. I just remember Ben Chu making was it Ben Chu? It might have been Ben Chu, it might have been Creighton Waters. So is it the same thing as like throwing everything you can and see what sticks, I guess? No, I guess it's different. Yeah, no, it's different. It's like you're just saying, basically when you're complaining about someone, instead of sticking to what's relevant, you're just going to throw everything at them. Interesting. Okay. All right. How are you guys doing today? How's it going? I scrapped my knuckles lifting dumbbells, but that's not his explanation for it. His explanation was, well, the one with the boxing is a little bit weird. He couldn't really say why only one knuckle was injured during boxing and not the other. I mean, it could just be that when he boxes, he only uses one hand, maybe. I don't know. Because there's a phrase about like packing so much stuff that you've even packed your kitchen sink. Wait, what? I've never heard of that phrase before. Oh, the term they put was everything but the kitchen sink. I don't think it was rooted in sexism. Yeah, 'cause I just saw people doing the dishes and I was like, wait a second. What's with the dishes right there? I call it the shotgun approach. You throw all the bullshit things, assuming that's the cause of the problem. That's used in like, car mechanics. What is it again? Something about spaghetti and seeing what sticks again. You toss the spaghetti and see what sticks. I don't remember. Something like that. My sister told me that my mom taught her that the pasta is cooked and ready when you throw up into the ceiling and it sticks. Oh, that's when the noodle was done. And I'm like, what? That sounds messy. Why would you do that? But she was probably just fucking around with my sister. If you ever box, you default use 2 hands always. Yeah, I don't know. I was like, maybe he was just trying to strengthen the knuckles on like one hand, and that's why he only boxes 1 hand. I don't know. Growing spaghetti in the wall to see what sticks. Hi, Revis. How are you doing today? Throwing spaghetti. Is it? Throwing spaghetti in the wall to see what sticks? Is that the other phrase? All right, y'all. Today is a half day. So, how are we feeling about the cross-examination so far? Do you think it looks good for Karen Reed? Do you think it looks good for the state? Do you think neither? I mean, a lot of the stuff went down in voir dire. At first, I was like, okay, things are moving okay, whatever, like, it's whatever. But the voir dire part was when things were getting a little bit heated. Maybe he's a punch man, hence the 1-hand injury. Oh, they're back. I was wrong. Is that you packed everything except the kitchen sink, not including the kitchen sink. My bad. It's all good. Inconclusive. Need more information.
Counsel at Sidebar. I wasn't sure this was Colin.
Mamma mia! Raw milk, has there been any other cases that you've watched as well?
So, Jim,
any trials?
And, actually, they'll need to be passed down to Nancy. Thank you. Sorry.
You feel like Colin is on trial, not Karen? That's good for the defense. Just trials in general.
Okay, the witness can take the stand, please.
A Monster? Oh, you mean the Monster energy drink? Here, have some water. Here's some Steve. Have some Steve in your life.
And so I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Right, so Mr. Jackson, Madam Court Reporter has 2 marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
With the court's permission, yes.
Okay. So let's wait a minute.
Now, it's only been 2 hours. I feel like we've been here for 4 hours already. Oh, like in person raw milk? We're caught with live, right? We are. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
Jury's back,
you
right?
Stand by that testimony?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at the video. It's been marked for...
Oh, the judge is allowing the video in. What? I'm surprised. Okay.
It's evidence number 86. I'm going to play the short video for you, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Oh God, this is not gonna look good for the jury because it's like, oh, look at this polished young man here, and then we see him in the video. But I don't know. The jury might change their mind when they realize it was from sophomore.
Yo, you're Benton's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes,
Who was that?
me.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year when you previously, well, let me ask it a different way. Did you previously
I think it's more relevant if it was senior year because senior year is when John O'Keefe's body was found.
testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes,
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
yes,
You were asked about another videos at the same time, correct?
correct,
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
correct.
And that was under the oath?
Okay, I can see why the defense is pushing out. If it's closer to the time frame when, with John O'Keefe, then like if it was senior year, I think that'd be more relevant.
Correct,
Same oath that you took here.
correct,
Closer in time to the events in question, and at that time you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22, so 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah,
The same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
correct.
What did you mean by, I'm gonna fuck you up?
That I was gonna beat them up?
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm gonna beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes,
That was a threat, wasn't it?
yes,
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef or a problem.
correct,
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm gonna fuck you up, I'm gonna beat your ass, right?
correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
Do you think people in Massachusetts? No, actually, no, just kidding. I was gonna say, do you think people in Massachusetts tend to not like curse words? I'm like, no. They're close to Boston. Never mind.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
You're Benton's, bro. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Who are the people? Who are the yes women in the background? Yeah. Oh my God, this is so cringe.
Get cold, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
What? May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes,
You indicated, you're a bitch, bro. Right?
correct.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
More of an insult?
Yeah, more of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
And then you said, KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
Sorry, when you guys say DA, I usually read DA as like district attorney, like the prosecution. Are you guys saying DA for defense attorney?
KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang, bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang, bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
District ass attorney. Time check. What time is it for everyone right now? I'm surprised. You guys do have a lot of energy. For me, it's like 8 a.m. Y'all got a good amount of energy in here.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical. right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of him.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't.
Oh, you know you want to, Jackson. Just do it. All right, 10 a.m., 5:17. Studio, are you also in Australia? 1 a.m., 11 a.m., 8 a.m. Oh, Dory, we're in the same time zone. 12:17. Hey, Chantal, how are you doing today?
You were threatening to ball up your fist and beat the heck out of him.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
When you testified in the separate proceeding in July 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, God, this is going to be bad.
You showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said here. You said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my...
You know what? Because the jury, they're all people that are local to this area, I'm sure they have fallen on ice before. And they're probably going to use their experience of how they've fallen on ice to determine whether or not they think it's credible to get your knuckles injured while falling on ice when your other hand is occupied.
My knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio, yes.
Which is in a form of fighting.
In a form, yeah.
Punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed?
Yes.
And it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You answer that.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait, he's not gonna get into only one hand was fucked up and not both? What? Did I miss it? Because I think that part was really good when he was like, oh, but you only had one hand. Your right hand was messed up. Wait, did I miss that? I might have missed that.
Right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio, yes.
Which is in a form of fighting.
In a form, yeah.
Punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed?
Yes.
And it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You answer that.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Wait, oh, did the judge not allow that part in? I thought she was okay with that. I think it'd be really good to be like, oh, so if you're doing boxing, why did you only have one hand that was busted? Okay, whatever.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Hey, Jackson knows what he's doing, okay? I don't know. Maybe he forgot.
Your Honor, just before I begin, may we approach?
Okay.
But here's the thing. This entire boxing hand fighting thing does not matter if the jury believes the photo that was taken supposedly 2 weeks after the incident where he was all cleaned up and there's no injuries. If the jury believes that the photo is true, not doctored, not Photoshop, blah, 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 or not fuck with the metadata, if they believe it's true, none of this even matters. But I don't know if they're probably just like waiting for someone to verify that those photos are real. Lolly? Oh, you're in Shanghai? My friend is in Shanghai right now. She let it in. Yeah. So why didn't he ask about that? Because to me that showed that like, oh, was he lying about boxing then? If only one hand was messed up.
Yes.
Mr. Allen, just to be clear, Allie McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when You and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case. It was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
Did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Now, you testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses, you haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any evidence, correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something that you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Wait, also, why did the defense not ask about... Wait, hold on a second. The defense asked about everything but the night of him getting picked up. I thought they would. I thought they would ask him more about like, oh, are you sure you were really picked up at 12:10? Are you sure you didn't stick around? Are you sure there wasn't a fight? Are you sure? Like, I thought he was gonna ask questions like that. We didn't even get into that actually. We got into like everything else, but not the actual day. Interesting.
Now, you were asking questions on cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct? Correct. And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5, 6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners. Other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young is young?
Maybe saw him, I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11, 13 years old.
And where about, or what was the context in which you would see? Was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you come in contact with him?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as the wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
10?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9 maybe, around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
And as far as your family being close, again,
I don't know. If I was 8 or 9 years old, I could remember things like that. Can you guys remember things far back as 8 or 9 years old?
sort of Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
Mostly just like my aunt and my mom.
Actually, hold on. It's like 8 or 9. There are memories that I remember from 8 or 9, but if I was asked specific about things, maybe I wouldn't remember. I don't know.
I was friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
I have some questions about the text messages that were up on the screen yesterday and up on the screen today, as far as sort of gap between January 28th and February. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Allie McCabe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with, is that only Allie McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you would communicate with?
All my friends.
You would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that.
Exactly.
And the top of that screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? The text before that, was it days, weeks, month?
Not sure.
That period sort of...
Thank you.
Yeah.
That period of sort of January 28th until February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Allie McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so, yeah.
And
Oh my God, that's the second time the caption said sex communication. Caption, chill, stop.
photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination when I was asking you questions, those were photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
You saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks, if you know?
Weeks.
Now, with regard to questions you were asked about injuries to your hand, those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in
Stretch.
July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
And when you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing. Nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
So it's something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
You're an athlete, correct?
I'd like to say so, yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
How does that help?
Now, you were asked about things about that February 26th photo at, it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again?
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes, correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
Now, as far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16, I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe it was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
And this video, as far as you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
An advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they, the club hockey team, was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
Did you play hockey?
Nope.
I guess why were they talking shit to each other? I thought it was like two opposing hockey teams talking shit. Like I get that, but like if they didn't even play hockey, like why were they involved in it?
At any point in time?
Or why were they called out?
Never.
And was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
We received texts like.
Actually, now that I think about it, I do remember in Debt v. Heard. Remember the video that Amber took of Johnny where he was like slamming the cabinets, and then maybe broken like, was it a wine bottle or something like that? I forgot. We actually never found out the actual date of that. There was like no metadata or anything like that, but that was still used in evidence in court. Now I do remember that.
Being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
But at least we were able to see the full video, not the edited one that she sent to TMZ.
So do you recall which came first as far as the text or the video?
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah, it was the girls in our friend group. A couple of the girls in our friend group like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Ego.
The girls in our friend group, a couple of the girls in our friend group, like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So dumb.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were a ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, did you ever threaten John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
You ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had not, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. You expound upon that. Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
And how long has that gone on for?
The past year and change, a couple months. Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time that you were there?
Never.
Nothing further.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Albert, you're all set.
Who do you think's next? I don't think Jen McCabe's gonna go. Is it gonna be Jen?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Matthew McCabe to the stand.
Okay.
Oh God, he's doing the slow roll. Just go with Jen McCabe. All right, Jen McCabe's husband. Oh, please don't ask all the dumb questions, okay? Let's just go straight to the point.
Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
I'll be 20 years this coming June.
And during the time that you have lived in Canada, have you lived at the same place or have you lived at different places?
Different places.
Where do you live currently? How long have you lived there?
Currently, I will be 10 years this June.
And where did you live prior to that?
Prior to that, you want the physical address?
Yes.
15 Sutcliffe Ave. I was there for 10 years as well.
And with respect to both locations, who, if anyone, you live with?
I live with my wife and my 4 daughters.
And what is your wife's name?
Sorry, I mean, I know there's no such thing as dumb questions, but let's not do the redundant questions.
Jennifer?
And how long have you and Jennifer McCabe been married?
22, so 23 years in August.
And you have 4 daughters, is that right?
That's correct.
And how old are you?
I'm 49.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, my daughters?
That's okay. Your daughters, how old are your daughters?
20, 18, 16, and 15.
And your oldest daughter is Allie McCabe, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, if Jen McCabe is tomorrow, that means I have to wake up early tomorrow. Ah!
Correct.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I work for a information technology solutions firm.
And how long have you been doing that?
2009. So I
You said
think it'll come
2009?
around 15 years.
And does your wife work?
No.
What does your wife do?
Stay at home, raises the kids.
I mean, we could have just waited for Jen McCabe to ask that question, right?
Homemaker.
I know,
I can
David.
turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes, I do.
Recall what days of the week?
Friday into Saturday.
And did you work that day on the Friday?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, do you recall, were you working in an office or remotely?
I don't recall if that specific day I was in the office. Sometimes I'd go in, sometimes I'd work from home. So I don't recall if I actually was physically in the office. Sometimes I'll go in for a few hours. So I don't recall exactly if I was home or in the office that day.
So regardless, at some point you sort of wrap up work for the day, and where did you go?
Yes, finished up work and met some friends at a restaurant in Canton before my daughter's basketball game.
And so on that evening, your daughter had a basketball game, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who did she play for at that time?
She played for Canton High School.
Is that the varsity game?
Yes.
And which of your daughters, as far as age is concerned, which of your daughters was playing basketball for Canton High School at that time?
That would be my second oldest, who's...
Juror's notebook, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
My second oldest.
And so you, after work, had met some other people at an establishment in Canton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go?
The establishment was called the Canton Junction Pub or Canton Junction. I don't know the full name, but just went by the Junction.
And who, if anyone, did you meet there, just in general?
Handful of folks that play whose daughters play basketball on the same team.
We don't need to talk about the basketball game and all that stuff. Oh gosh, let's just get to the, I don't know, quickly get to the waterfall, how they were, and then you being at the place, and then you driving back.
My daughter.
So just sort of a group of parents who had kids on the basketball team?
Hey, Joe.
Yes, that's correct.
And was your wife Jennifer there with you at that time as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how long were you at the junction?
Game 6:30. Give or take hour and a half.
And girls varsity basketball, was there sort of like a typical time that game would start or game would be scheduled for?
Yes.
And what time was that, John?
Typically 6 or 6:30 would be the normal time. I don't remember if it was a 6:30 start that night or actually I think it was a 6:30 start, but typically 6 or 6:30.
So sometime around 6 or 6:30, you make your way over to the high school, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that, I mean, was this a home game, a road game, if you recall?
That evening it was a home game.
Do you recall anything about the game as far as who they were playing or if they won or anything like that?
Yes, it was. They were playing the town of Foxborough High School, and they did not win. They
None of this is relevant.
went into overtime and lost.
Now, with respect to your wife, Jennifer, as the kids were growing up, what if any relationship did she have as far as with respect to the kids in basketball? As
like the youth years, Jennifer was a basketball coach and coached throughout the years, coached a couple of my daughters.
So she coached, and with respect to the daughter that was playing at the high school game that night, was that one of the daughters that she had coached?
Maybe this has to do with likability. Maybe the member of the jury would be like, oh, I like this guy. I can relate to him. He's a family man. He goes to his kids' basketball games, blah, 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 blah.
Yes, that's correct.
So fair to assume she had also coached several of the girls that were on the varsity basketball team with your daughter, correct?
Yes, a few of them, yes.
Now, when you get to Canton High School to the basketball game, is there sort of a typical area where you would sit or people you would congregate with while you're watching?
I don't like my hair right now. It looks like George Washington or something. I don't know. The curls are all fudged up because I slept on it funny. I don't know. It's going through a weird stage right now. Think so.
Yes, we'd sit up in the bleachers. Usually the parents from the home side would tend to sit in the same area.
I get curls for me.
So you sit there, you watch the game, game is over, and then what is sort of the plan from there, or where do you go?
Hi, Reese.
After the game, I drove my younger two daughters back home.
So your whole family was there for the game, is that correct?
My wife and my two younger daughters. My older daughter was there. She wasn't with us, but she was there as well.
She was a student at Canton High School at that time as well?
Yes, she was.
So
Hey, I can comment on my shitty hair.
Yes, I'm assuming. I don't recall where she sat, but most likely with the other students.
So you drove your two daughters home, and then where did you go from there?
After dropping my daughters off, my wife and I proceeded to the waterfall in Canton Center.
And do you recall what you were just in one vehicle when you left the house and went to the junction and went to the high school game, back to the house and to the waterfall? Was it the same vehicle?
Yes, we were in the same vehicle.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or whose vehicle it was?
It was the family vehicle. It was my wife's vehicle. I don't know, what was it? I don't know if it was a Suburban or a Yukon. I forget what brand it was.
Some kind of SUV, is it?
Yes, a large SUV.
And why did you go to the waterfall?
We went to the waterfall. My wife informed me that her sister was at the waterfall with her niece and a few other people, and we went to go meet them. My understanding, it was my nephew's birthday, either that day or the day after, and they were going to meet out at the waterfall for his birthday.
And just to be clear, as far as who we're talking about, your wife's sister, what's her name?
Nicole Albert.
And is Nicole married?
Yes, she is.
And what's her husband's name?
Brian Albert.
And the niece that you're talking about that was out there with your sister-in-law, what's her name?
Her name is Caitlin Albert.
And the nephew of yours whose birthday it was or was going to be, what's his name?
His name is Brian as well.
So essentially Brian Albert Jr., even if he's not.
Yes, I believe he's a junior, yes.
Now, with regard to the basketball parents and the other people that you had been with at the junction and then at the game, what, if any, communication was there amongst sort of the basketball parents that evening or any other?
Yeah, so we had a group text with the basketball parents, a handful of us, where after some of the games, we would meet up afterwards. This evening, I know I sent a text out saying where we were going, because we were obviously meeting her sister, and a few of the parents responded where they were going. We kind of split up, except for one couple decided to meet us at the waterfall out of that group text.
And the couple that decided to meet you at the waterfall, who were they?
That would be Nick and Karina Kolakisis.
When you arrive at the waterfall, you and your wife, do you recall where it was that you parked in relation to the waterfall?
Yes, if you're looking at the front door of the waterfall, we were parked in the parking lot down the left.
And the waterfall sort of shares its parking lot or its establishment with a condo complex, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you parked somewhere in that parking lot?
Correct, I parked in the parking lot, yes.
What's the name of the bar?
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, did you see there and where did you go?
When we walked into the waterfall, we identified where Jen's sister and their party was sitting.
Where were they sitting in relation to the waterfall?
When you walk in the front door, I believe there's 3 long tables that are set up. We passed, they were in the 3rd table, long table closest to the bar. Across from, there was also a band. They were right across from a little band.
Chasing
There was a live band there as well.
Yes, there was.
Now, prior to you and your wife entering into the waterfall,
What's up?
recall what, if anything, you did or who, if anyone, you were talking to in the parking lot?
Yes, on the car ride from my house to the waterfall, and while I was in the parking lot, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone.
Doesn't that look like the founding fathers' hair? Like, look, like, why does it look like that? Ah!
And do you recall just generally what the conversation was about?
Yes, I do.
And what was it about?
It was about my daughter, my oldest daughter, Allie, who we mentioned. It was about her hockey team and her hockey coach. I was talking to one of the hockey coaches.
And when you were talking to this person, this is inside the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
And despite it being sort of the wife's car, was your phone hooked up to the speakers? Did you have a Bluetooth or anything like that?
I don't know if I connected mine to the Bluetooth or not. I don't.
Joe, shut up. You lying.
I don't recall if I was connected to the Bluetooth or not. I know my phone connects, so possibly. I don't know for sure if it was 100% connected that evening.
Now, with respect to it being
Wait, Jan, you're up early. What are you doing today?
your wife's car, is there, when both of you are in the car, is there sort of a default as to which of your phones would connect to the Bluetooth, yours versus hers?
If look at it that way, it would be my wife's because it was her car.
So the
Oh,
car
what's
would probably
important about
recognize
this?
her device over your device, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, the cleaners. Dun,
Now-
dun, dun.
Actually, I started the call definitely on my phone because my kids were I was on the call for a while. So I think I had my kids still in the car when I was dropping them off. So I wouldn't have them listening to the call.
We must be going somewhere with this. This has to matter somehow, right? The Bluetooth?
So I must have been on, again, I don't remember, but I must have been listening on my, holding it in my hand.
Well, Joe, have you ever seen It's Okay to Not Be Okay? I mean, lately the female protagonists have been a little bit batshit crazy. That one, and then also in shoot, what's it called? Oh, Queen of Tears. The female leads in those two were kind of fucking crazy.
And when you come into the waterfall, do you recall about what time that was?
I did 9 o'clock, give or take a couple minutes.
I hated both of them. They're both fucking annoying. I hated both of them. They're so annoying.
And again, you come over to a table closest to the bar, and who's in the group when you get there?
When we arrived, it
So the Bluetooth thing
was
didn't matter?
Nicole, Caitlin, Caitlin's boyfriend Tristan, Chris Albert, and Julie Albert. We were also joined by Nick Kolakisas, who I mentioned. I just don't remember if Nick was already in or if Nick walked in right after me, but Nick and I, we got there similar times. I just don't know if he was already sitting in the bar or standing there when I walked in, or if he came in right after. Oh, and Jen, obviously.
And to be clear, people that were with you at this high top table in this sort of group, either them that you're talking about or throughout the course of the evening, these were people that were either sort of family or friends of yours or your wife's?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, family and friends, correct.
And so whether or not you and Mr. Kolakithis came in at the same time or slightly staggered at some point.
I really want the judge to tell them to move it along.
Came in as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect, obviously you were out and you were at a bar, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And from what you recall, you were drinking and most, if not all, of the other people were drinking as well?
Yes, yeah, everybody at the table, to my recollection, was drinking.
And do you recall specifically what you were drinking on that night?
I do.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
And is that something that you would normally drink?
No.
And why were you drinking that on that?
I was in a diet competition with other people.
Oh, we heard about the diet competition. That's why Brian Albert said he didn't want to go to his pizza joint and eat pizza
in the town. So
Try to get them
I was
abs.
trying to stay away from any beer, which would be what I typically would drink.
And as far as your observations of the other people there throughout the course of the night, did you note anyone in your group, either at that time or subsequent in the night, to be sort of overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people in your group, as far as drinking was concerned, at that time or any time later in the night, was their drinking sort of commensurate with the amount that you were drinking?
I wasn't paying attention to see who was drinking, how much they were drinking. I don't even know how many I had. Maybe at least 3, maybe 5. I don't know for sure.
Wait, so what was he drinking if he wasn't drinking beer, like liquor?
But give or take something there. But again, I wasn't paying attention to see if anybody was drinking faster than somebody else or et cetera.
And in that sense, sort of how long were you at the waterfall that night?
Got there at 9 and left a little after 12, so a little over 3 hours.
So roughly 9 o'clock to about midnight or so, correct?
Yes, I recall leaving a little after midnight, correct.
I know, right? Vodka on the rocks, extra vodka, no ice.
Now, the initial group that you walked over to around the time that you got there, did that group expand or contract? Did people come or leave? Or can you explain sort of the order of that over the course of the evening?
Yes. Shortly after we settled in, Nick's wife showed up. Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I don't remember the exact time, but Nick's wife, Karina, came And give or take 45 minutes, an hour after that, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins showed up. And around 11-ish, give or take, I don't know the exact time, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe showed up as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of those other, but let me ask first about, as far as Caitlin's boyfriend, Mr. Morris, how long was he there that night?
I don't recall how long he was there. I do know he left. He had mentioned something about working that evening. There was obviously a snowstorm coming in that evening, and he had mentioned that he was going to go home for a little bit.
Oh, that's why you said meth. I was like, why did you say meth? And it's because a splash of crystal something. Gotcha.
Before he had to go out and I don't know if he was plowing or shoveling or doing something, but he was going to be going out that evening to plow, I believe.
And Christopher Albert and Brian Albert, they're brothers, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Christopher Albert's wife is Julie Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And she is also friends with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And been so for years, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, they've been friends for years.
Now, you mentioned someone by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know Brian Higgins prior to that evening?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
I had met Brian a few times, social settings. I recall meeting him at the Junction one evening. I believe I met him at a
My notes for Matt McCabe right now is blank. It's just blank.
graduation party. I don't know how many times I met Brian.
I guess we're talking about
But I
Brian
met him.
Higgins.
Maybe 3-4 times. I don't know exactly how many.
Drank 5,
So
6.
I knew who he was.
You knew who he was as far as
Met Higgins a couple times.
he was friend or friendly with your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And that's how you knew him, was through Brian Albert?
Yes.
And do you know where Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins had been prior to them coming to the waterfall?
Yes, I was informed that they were in New York, coming back from New York from a funeral of a New York police officer.
And both of them, as far as you knew, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins, they were in law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that at some point around 11 or so, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came into the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you speak of Karen Reed, that's someone that you had met prior to this evening as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated?
What is
or
she
how
wearing?
clothes match?
She is seated at the table with her attorneys. You want me to describe her clothing?
If you could.
Black, I don't know, sweater, I'm not sure, dress.
Just as a record reflect identification.
Yes.
No, Judge Judy's still
With
alive.
regard to Mr.
She's not
O'Keefe
dead.
first, how
In
was
fact,
it-
she's like suing some she's suing something right now, like a media or network company or something like that. Something about the Menendez brother. She's suing right now. She's alive.
that you knew Mr. O'Keefe?
I've met John O'Keefe when he started to
Inquirer?
be the caretaker for his
The Inquirer.
niece and nephew after their parents had passed.
And
America's
specifically you're
sweetheart.
referring to Patrick and Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
That is correct.
So their mother and father tragically passed away, and Mr. O'Keefe then became their guardian, correct?
That is correct.
And when you met Mr. O'Keefe, is that when you were living at the house on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And where was that house in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe initially lived with his niece and nephew?
Couple 100 yards.
Wait, how Judge Judy's 81? No, she is? Is she? How old is Judge Judy? I don't know if I believe that she's 81. Is she 81? No, I feel like she looks pretty good for her age. 81. Because they completely made up a story that she was trying to free the Menendez brothers. It was an article that was written by OAI because it referenced a show that featured Judy. Oh, God.
2 different streets, the neighborhood with multiple streets. My house was on Sutcliffe. Drive down Sutcliffe, maybe pass 1, 2,
Oh, 81?
4
Really?
houses, took a right, and that was John. That was the street that The kids lived on maybe 4 houses up on the right.
And with reference to, you mentioned that you had 4 daughters, is that correct?
Yes.
And were any of your daughters around the same age as John's niece, Kaylee?
Yes, my third daughter is the same age, same grade as Kaylee.
And about this time that John had moved in this house, close to the house you were living on.
Wait, I never knew Judge Judy had a last name. I always just recognized her as Judge Judy. Judge Judy Shainlin. I actually never knew what her last name was. I used to watch Judge Judy when I was a kid. She scared me. She was scary.
Cliff, about how old was your daughter and his niece, Kaylee?
Ooh, I believe it was kindergarten. How old would you be in kindergarten? 7? I don't know.
They did? I don't remember that.
So
Okay.
fair to say they were very young, correct?
Yes.
And
Oh, you're a beautician?
with
Oh, cool.
reference, to the kids, what if any, beyond sort of being neighbors, what if any relationship that either you or your wife have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and specifically his niece and nephew?
I'm sorry. Just the door. I was trying to. No, the door was shaking, so I couldn't hear the end of it.
What was shaking?
Around that time that Mr. O'Keefe moved in with his niece and nephew and took over guardianship of that.
Yes.
I feel like if you're a family judge, you have to be a hard ass, though. I don't know. There's a lot of shit happening in family court. They said it every time. Really? I don't remember that.
What, if any, relationship beyond being neighbors did yourself and or your wife have with respect to Mr. O'Keefe and the kids?
Oh, yeah, we had a good relationship, especially my wife. She was having the kids the same age, Kaylee, and my daughter. She was very involved with helping him out, whether it was rides to various events.
They're close to
Throughout
each
those
other.
years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times we'd go out with John, where he would meet up somewhere where we were. So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence, acting as a.
My favorite judge name so far is Judge. Judge.
As a mother and a father. And so you do a lot of communicating through my wife in regards to needing help and things of that nature.
A bootycator.
And in particular, his niece Kaylee and your daughter, who was around the same age, were they friends?
Yes, they were friends.
And about how close were they, particularly around that younger age?
They were very close in the young age. Kaylee would spend a lot of time at our house, spend a lot of time sleeping over. So they were very close.
And Kaylee in particular, was she, how close was she with your wife, Jen?
Kaylee was close with Jen. Kaylee was mature, well beyond the other girls in regards to she was bright, and she was very articulate, so she could have conversations with the adults much better than the other kids. Having 4 girls, she's a bright kid.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe and the kids moved from that house, and you also moved from the house on site, correct?
That is correct.
And you recall the order of that? Was it you to move first or they to move first?
I'm pretty sure I moved first. Yes.
And about how far away from the house on Sutcliffe was you?
Judge Dredd? Who's Judge Dredd? Iris said the same thing. Who's Judge Dredd?
It's right up the street, driving in a car, 2 minutes. I don't know, mile and a half. I'm not sure the exact distance, but not far away.
And where did John and the kids move?
They moved
Oh, it's a comic?
a little further
movie? Oh.
away from, they're probably a couple miles away, 2.5, 3 miles. I don't know the exact distance. Not far. That side of town, everything's fairly close.
And specifically, they moved to a house on Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Judge Dredd.
And the nature of your relationship, you and your wife's relationship with John and the kids and your daughter.
Wait, Judge Dredd is not even a judge. He's a police officer. Law enforcement and judicial officer, dystopian society. He's not even a real judge. He's a fake judge.
Kaylee, did that sort of continue throughout after each of you moved from
He is
the
a
original
judge?
neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, with respect to
So he's like a 3-in-1 or something? Is he a 3-in-1 combo deal?
and Ms. Reed, when was it that you first met her?
It's COVID 2020. We met her summertime of, I think it was the COVID year. I think it was 2020 summer.
Can you recall the circumstances of that or how you came to meet her at that time?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain to the jury what were the circumstances? Where did you meet her?
John had reached out to my wife, Jen.
Oh, so he's a 4-in-1 combo deal. Judge, jury, executioner, and a cop.
It was on a Saturday. I don't know if they connected that Saturday or the Friday, but they connected. John asked if he could come by the house with the kids. We have a pool, so he wanted to come by with the kids swimming and wanted to introduce Karen to us. Specifically wanted to introduce Karen to my wife, Jen.
You know why that was?
Yes, because they were dating, and he informed my wife that Karen had MS, and my wife has MS. So he thought it'd be good for the two of them to get to know each other, could have conversations with
MS can be extremely painful, right? Do we know more about Karen's MS? I'm just curious.
each other, obviously both suffering from MS.
How long has your wife suffered from MS?
I'm going to say, I think she's been suffering for a while, but I'm going to say her diagnosis, maybe 9 years. I don't remember the exact date. I'm going to say about 9 years.
And so, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and the two children came over the house that day. Is that correct?
MS is horrible.
Yes, that's correct.
And about how often did you see Ms. Reed from that summer of 2020 until about the time of January 2022?
I would see her. There was a couple other times that John and Karen came by the house with the kids, and also see her at sporting events, whether it was soccer, whether it was basketball. Would see her at events, whether it was practices, picking somebody up. I would see Karen around.
And as far as you knew, or what, if anything, let me ask you this. As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, is someone he was dating or what was going on with someone he was dating's relationship, is that the kind of thing that the two of you would discuss?
You're asking John and I, if he would, no, John and I don't recall ever having any conversations about his relationships with me directly.
And that applies to the defendant, Ms. Reed, or applies to any other relationship you had while you were friends, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention back to the waterfall on the evening of the 28th.
Yeah, MS sounds horrible. Oh.
Mr. O'Keefe,
Each person with the condition is affected differently.
the defendant come in, where is it that they went in relation to the group at the high top on the first?
They came in and immediately made contact with us, walked right over to our table.
And when they came over to the table, what if anything happened when they came over to the table?
Hi, shaking hands, hugging. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Typical meet and greet when you see somebody that you're friends with.
And if you recall, was there a particular sort of side of the table, or where were you situated in relation to the table, and who, if anyone, was situated around you?
Yes, if I was to be looking at the table, long table, I spent most of the time at the end of the table, kind of in the corner on the right side. Nick Colakisis was right next to me. There was a wall. It's kind of thin. The table ends. There's a little space, and there's a wall right behind you. Nick was there. I was there. Jen, Karina were on this side most of the time. Brian and Brian were on the opposite side of the table, my recollection. I mean, there was obviously some movement around, but I spent most of the time, again, if the table's coming across, standing on the end. I did sit down for a little bit, if I recall, but definitely on the edge of the long table.
It's fair to say that Colakisis didn't really know anybody at the table besides yourself and your wife.
Fair to say. They obviously knew who John was. They have a daughter as well, the same age as Kaylee. I don't know if they hung out with them, but fair to say that obviously it was my family and was there, Jen's family. So yes, I'd say in general, correct.
He was wearing that night?
What was he wearing?
I recall it a baseball cap, and he tends to brim it over a little bit, and shirt and jeans. I don't know exactly what he was wearing.
Do you recall seeing him at any point in time with any kind of winter coat or heavy coat or anything like that?
Not that I recall. If he had one on, he had one on. I don't recall it.
And as far as his person, his features, what you could see, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time?
I did not see any injuries.
And do you recall what John was drinking that night?
I believe he's drinking Bud Light beer.
Is that pretty typical for him?
Majority of times I saw John, yes, he was drinking Bud Light. I do recall when he came to my house for that first meet, he was drinking Bud Light.
there's a new one with Carl Urban. Oh, I want to check it out. They did it on a budget, but it looks better than a lot of the movies. Oh, I want to check it out. I like Carl Urban. Yomir in Lord of the Rings.
Limes, which I thought was
The boys,
interesting,
right?
but it was at a pool. And
I like him.
maybe it was a summer drink for him, I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a hard time.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed that night, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking or how?
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
And as far as the absent of Crystal Light, which I'll leave that alone for now, but absent of Crystal Light, was it similar to the drink that you were having that night?
Yes, could have been vodka water. Exactly, I don't know.
Now, do you know where the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, do you know where they had come from prior to coming into the waterfall?
All right, we're sort of getting there.
John had said they were came over from across the street from CF McCarthy's.
Sort of, kind of,
As far as
getting
you were
there.
going to the waterfall, or your understanding was that it was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And was he at the waterfall any time that you were there?
No.
And at some point, did you learn where he was?
Yes, I learned he was still home.
And was there any conversation, or do you know why he was still home?
My understanding is I thought we were waiting for him. He never showed up. My understanding was he chose to stay home. I had a couple friends over the house.
Now, from the time that you were in,
I mean, honestly, if it was your birthday, I don't know. I feel like you wouldn't really want to celebrate with your mom's, your dad's friends, you know? Your mom and your dad and their drunk friends. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I want to hang out with my friends.
the time that you were in the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of sort of the group at large?
Everybody was just having a good time, hanging out, socializing, talking. As I said, there was a live band playing for a little bit, and just a normal evening.
And as far as the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe are concerned, from what you could see or your observations, was there any sort of fighting or arguing or anything like that that you observed between the two of them over the course of the evening at the waterfall?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall sometime after midnight, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to that, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, did you have occasion to have conversation with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And would that be both?
Yes.
And starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, conversation, generally speaking, do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe that evening?
I believe that night I think that night he was out because Kaylee, maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to what's the school? Bishop Fian, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that you applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
All right, we're finally getting there.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you have your ups and downs. But brief, conversational, nothing of any substance. Just good to see you.
Now, this time that you're talking about that you're leaving shortly after midnight, is that around the time that sort of the bar was
Oh,
winding
like you're
down
still
for you?
here? Oh, bye.
Yes.
I'm just going to text you.
Had they been playing before? Were they still playing? Or had they...
No, they had stopped earlier, before 12. I don't remember the exact time, but they definitely stopped earlier. There were some people there, but our table was definitely the last table to wrap it up. Well, some people left before me, but the band was packing up packing up all their equipment.
And so in that vein, if you recall, can you tell the jury sort of the order of people from your group and when they left and things like that?
Yes. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Nicole were packed up, leaving before us. Then
Thank you so much for coming into Lolly's defense.
my wife, Karen, Karina, John and Chris, they started leaving.
All right, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Before us. I think John was delayed, but they walked out, and Nick and I were the last two at the table. I recall us picking up some of the empty glasses and beer bottles, and because I said the bar was right behind us, so I recall picking up the glasses and some of the bottles and bring them to the bar.
Oh, that's nice.
As
Helping them
well
clean.
as a couple of the members of the band were sitting on the edge of the bar, and just some brief conversation with them. Good job. Guys coming back. Things of that nature. And then
Are they
Nick and
coming
I
back?
walked out.
Or we can get the band to testify?
Evening at the waterfall, while you were there, what if any conversation was had amongst the group in regard to any plans or where to next, or where people were going after the waterfall?
Yes. As mentioned, we thought we were going to meet my nephew. He didn't come out. Found out he had a few friends at the house. When Brian and Nicole were leaving, they had mentioned that Brian was at the house with a couple friends, and we were welcome to come back and have a celebratory drink for his birthday.
When is this supposed to come out? Do you know?
So he had extended an invite to the table, like, hey, who's ever around wants to come back, you're welcome.
So that was sort of extended to the entirety of the group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what was your understanding, at least as far as your plan, you and your wife, Jennifer, when you were leaving the waterfall?
That we'd be stopping by Brian and Nicole's house.
I'm sorry, guys. This is so
prior to
boring
that
and redundant.
discussion, Regarding stopping by your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house, what, if any, discussion was there in regard to your, to his brother, Christopher Albert? Let me ask you, what, if any, other discussion, other than going to your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house, was there at the table?
And it's not the witness's fault. I mean, he's answering the questions fine. It's the person asking the questions. Like, let's move it along. Hi, Caitlin. How are you doing today?
In regard to places to go after?
Yes. There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is 100 yards, whatever, across the street from the waterfall.
I hate pizza, but I want pizza now. I keep talking about pizza.
What was the substance of that discussion, and who was involved in that discussion?
Yes, the discussion is we've done that in the past, where we've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E.
That was the best. Drunk food. That's always the best. When you're like drunk and you're like, I just want food.
Because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza. So we said no, we're not going to D&E. Though we had conversations. Karen wanted to go, but we kept saying no, we're not going to go.
When you say you kept saying, is that something that the defendant raised once or more than once?
More than once.
Now, when you leave, you and Mr. Kolokitis, and you walk out of the waterfall, you go over to your car in the parking lot, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, by your car, I mean your wife Jennifer's car, is that right?
Yes.
And where was she in relation to the car when you get there?
She was already in the car.
So let me ask you, as far as where was she seated within the?
Oh, sorry. She was in the driver's seat.
So you get in the front passenger side, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife?
We're almost there. We're almost there.
When I got into the vehicle, my wife received a text from John, and it said, where to? I think he was looking for the address. I told my wife we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her just call him instead of texting him back.
We're almost there.
Rather than text while she's driving, you advise her just call him back.
Lolly
Correct.
just likes foreplay.
And did she call
Lots
him?
of it.
She did.
And with respect to that Bluetooth that we were discussing earlier within the car, this call from your wife Jennifer to John O'Keefe, was that using the Bluetooth technology?
I'm assuming it was. I don't recall, but I knew he was on the phone asking what the address was.
Let me ask you this, could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I could hear him, yes.
So you heard your wife talking and you heard John talking, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that communication with reference to where to or where to go or the address.
Right. So was John and Karen, were they invited to go to the Alberts home?
Describe to the jury sort of what that conversation consisted of.
Conversation was the address, 34 Fairview. And I actually was definitely mumbling stuff from my seat saying, come out, take a right, take a left on Sherman and 34 Fairview. And that was that initial call, was just giving him the address and telling him to Sherman's easiest way.
And so when you say that initial call, was there a subsequent call while you were still en route to 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was a call a few minutes later. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow they didn't know where the house was. I recall, again, my assumption would be they'd come from Sherman, from Chapman Street. My wife referenced a friend of Kaylee's who lives off of Fairview. We said, will you know where this child lives? He said, yes. Okay.
How you doing today?
Drive past her street and the house will come up on the left.
And the friend of Kaylee's, what was her name?
Her name is Bella.
So someone, do you recall whether it was you or your wife that
Did you guys see my community message? I was making a announcement about Corey Richards, and I was like, I have to throw some lolly in here. But for those who didn't watch or who's not watching the Karen Reed trial, they're probably like, what the fuck is wrong with Corey? Something's up with her.
reference to Bella's house?
I think we both did. I think I said it, and then I think my wife repeated it.
And that was someone, the Bella child was someone who was friends with both your daughter and with Kaylee, is that correct?
Yes.
Around the same age?
Exact. Same age, same grade.
In reference and in regards to. You gotta include both of them.
When you were talking on this second conversation, again, you could hear both sides of the conversation, is that right?
That's correct.
And as far
I could hear you laugh when reading the community post.
as
This big dub.
Mr. O'Keefe's side of the conversation, what, if anything, would you say as far as who was coming or who he was with at the time?
The prosecution is in overdrive against the defense's superior ability to make something stick. In defense of Lolly-ish, and I say ish, in defense of Lolly-ish, he's been the only one that's been handling all the witnesses so far. I don't know why there's no one else in the fucking prosecutor's office that's helping him. Maybe they're short staffed. Maybe this is, I don't know. I feel like he must be really fucking tired of doing all the direct examination, of doing all the redirects. But when I say ish, it's not like he was better on day 1, day 2, day 3, okay? It's always just been the same. So it's not like he's getting worse. It's just always been like this. So it's not like, oh, he was really good in like a couple first days and he got tired and now he's like kind of like meh. But it's, yeah, I don't know. Well, he's like, get me out of here.
He didn't make any reference to, you're asking if he made reference of anybody else? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is when he was saying as far as looking for the house, was he?
Oh, we're on our way. Okay, great, we're on our way.
And from, obviously, the earlier interaction that you had with him and him saying we, who did you infer that we to be?
Karen.
And at any point in time during the conversation that you had where you were hearing both sides, did you hear Ms. Reed in the background at any point?
I did not recall hearing Ms. Reed, no.
So she wasn't nearby?
How far a drive is it, how long a drive is it roughly from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
Oh my God, please do not sing the 50 Cent Candy Shop song and compare that to Lolly. No.
The way I would go, 4 minutes, give or take, 5 minutes. There's multiple ways, but depends on how you go, I guess.
And the way that you go, as far as what you're talking about, is that your recollection of how or where your wife drove that night?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you arrive at the house, where did your wife park the vehicle in relation to the house?
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
Oh, God.
And you're obviously familiar with the address or the residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, I am.
Yay, we're at 34 Fairview now. We're
Yes, I
here,
am.
finally.
And essentially, there's two garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
You
Tell me
recall
about the
whether or not
doors.
The wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side of the driveway?
Does that matter?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the two doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle. Because that driveway you could pull up even on the right of her, but somewhere, I don't know exactly.
Yeah, the Diddy stuff was wild. I was gonna read the lawsuit against him, but I was like, oh my God, there's so much stuff in here that I don't know if I can read it on YouTube.
But she pulled into the driveway.
So she pulls in the driveway, she parks, you guys go in the house, correct?
Yes.
When you get inside the house, who, if anyone, do you observe there?
When we entered the house, we observed Caitlin, Brian Jr. Brian had two friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Sr.
And where?
Did I say Nicole? Nicole, I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
When I recall, everybody was congregated when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room with the table. They just
Did you see Colin there?
flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
And from your recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout the course of the night that you were there?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night?
Yeah, and Diddy's son is getting accused of some stuff too.
Got there, I'd say a little over an hour. No, hour and 40, got there about 12:20-ish. Left 1:40, 1:40, I don't know the exact time, 1:40, 1:45-ish. So.
And that goes to Sarah's testimony. I think Sarah and Julie said they left at like 1:30 to 2.
You left somewhere closer to 12:30 and you left somewhere closer to about 1:45, 2 a.m., is that correct?
Got there about 12:20, give or take, and then, left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the.
Oh, I've never heard that before. The apple never rots far from the tree. That's the first time I've heard that.
Specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar to the question I asked you about the waterfall, as far as how would you describe sort of?
Why are we back? Wait. What? Are we talking about the waterfall again? Or are we time traveling? Or is he comparing the waterfall's mood to the mood of the house?
the demeanor of the group in the house when you got there?
Oh, he's comparing.
Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian, excited that we came by. Normal.
So, fair to say no tension, no arguments, nothing like that while you were at the house?
No.
And do you recall sort of what you were doing while you were at the house?
I thought it was the apple doesn't stray from the apple. Wait, what? The tree doesn't stray from the apple on the ground? Shut up.
What the group was doing?
It kind of hanging out, talking, sitting around the table, engaging. Music was on. Just having a good time, just hanging out, talking,
Yes,
enjoying
I love
each
Biff.
other's company. I do recall my wife put on a foolish video that she wanted to show the kids at the table. But other than that, just socially hanging out with each other.
The foolish video that you're talking about, do you recall what that was?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
It was a video for the song It's Raining Men.
It's raining
And,
men.
Do you recall, generally speaking, what was in the video, or why it was a foolish video as you described?
Well, it's in the family, it's one of Jen's sisters had put on a show before with an umbrella. So at some point, my wife came across this video, and it was people just dancing around. So she was showing my niece and my nephew and the friends the video so they could see, we're kind of picking on my sister-in-law.
And you have another nephew by the name of, I'm sorry. Are you familiar, you mentioned that earlier at the waterfall, there was Christopher and Julie Albert, is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them, your wife is friends with Julie, correct?
Yes.
And you know their children as well, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, you know their middle child, Colin?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
Never saw him.
Because Colin would have left by then if he got there like 12:20.
Obviously, you know your daughter, your oldest daughter, Allie, correct?
Yes, I do.
And at any point in time when you were at 34 Fairview, did you see her or vehicle or anything? Did you have any knowledge that your daughter, Allie, was there at the time that you were there?
No, she was not.
She wasn't there, you didn't see her there, you didn't know if she had been there before you or anything like that?
Correct. Correct.
Now, turning back into the house, as far as the
Hi,
group that you
Nicole.
were with,
Good
was there any
morning.
point in time that anyone from that group left that sort of general area of the dining room and in the kitchen that you recall?
We were in that room. There's a room right next to the kitchen with the doorway that you can walk through. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. You know, I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door. And other people could have walked in and out of that room. It's right there, right next to us.
At any point in time over the course of that evening, did you see anybody sort of go upstairs or downstairs to the basement or anywhere else but that general area of those three rooms in the home?
I did not see anybody.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking outside for something. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello, good to see everybody, and shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
Now, as far as the Levinson and Miss Nagel, they were friends of your nephew, Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
And did you know them at all at that time, you know, when you arrived there on the 28th?
Miss Levinson, I did not know. First time I met her. I definitely had met Julie before. She had, Brian and her hang out. So I definitely met her. I think she'd been to I don't know if it was previous to this or after this, but Julie has, helped my nephew Brian, when we go on vacation.
Hi,
We have a
Lucy.
dog, and Brian would
Here's a good thing about this, though, that I'm liking so far. Because we're taking forever with his testimony, that means we're going to begin with his direct examination tomorrow morning. That means I don't have to wake up early tomorrow.
usually be the go-to to let the dog out, etc. And I know Julie has helped him. I just don't know.
I didn't see that interview. So Dan, Handsome Devil says, did y'all see the interview? Karen Reed said that they weren't invited to the party, felt uncomfortable and argued with John. I didn't see that interview, but I did hear about it. How like she wasn't really sure if she was invited or not because she didn't get an invitation personally, but she heard about people going there. So she just wanted to make sure with John that like they were invited and John just wasn't inviting himself. And yeah, I haven't seen the interview yet though. But did she say that she was arguing with John about that? Hi Lucy, how are you doing today? Hello.
Know if that was previous to that or after. But I definitely had met Julie before, yes.
You had met her before, but essentially met her as a friend of your nephew's, correct?
Yes.
Not someone that you knew particularly well, is that fair?
Hi.
Correct. Didn't know her well.
So after about 3 to 5 minutes or so after you arrived, you observed Ms. Nagel looking outside, correct?
Yes, she was going out the door, correct.
And do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife?
Everyone else in the morning, calm, meditation, music. Meanwhile, Corky-san, true crime murder trials. Hey, you guys too, okay? Y'all are also here. I'm not gonna lie though, when I used to do yoga, like in my apartment, I would listen to the true crime True Crime Daily, and then like 48 Hours.
Extend an offer to
I still do when I work out.
Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson or both in regard to getting home?
Yes. We informed, my wife informed them that if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
And fair to say at this point in time, you didn't even know where Ms. Levinson or Ms. Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
It's okay, Jan's a dead zombie right now.
As far as traveling home, is that correct?
Oh, well, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they live. I knew they were from Canton.
Now,
oh man, that happened to me once. Someone asked me for a ride home, and we're like, yeah, sure. And then, well, that person didn't tell us how far they fucking lived. It was so out of the way. Oh my God.
at some point when Ms. Nagel goes outside, what, if anything, drew your attention to the outside of the house?
When she went outside, or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
And so upon hearing that, where did you go?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window.
No, it wasn't LA. LA, don't be driving anyone. Okay, LA's way too big.
First, or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
And just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which door?
Well, I was sitting at the table, and right behind me is a window. Or if I stood up and took 5 steps, there's the front door of the house. So again.
In addition to sort of the regular front door, is there like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through? Is that?
That would be the front door. I would call the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. If you're looking at the house, is your front door, windows, and then there's another door. Julie looked out or went out through that door. I either looked out the window or walked over to the front door, which would be the opposite door.
Regardless if you looked out the window or you looked out the storm door or the front door, when you looked out, what if anything did you see?
You see the black SUV?
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
Karen's car.
And, do you know what color the SUV was?
At the time, it was dark. I didn't know if it was a black SUV, a dark green, or dark blue, but it was a dark SUV.
And at the time, were you familiar with either or both of the vehicles of Mr. O'Keefe and or the defendant?
Yes, I knew Karen drove a dark SUV. I didn't know the make and model. I just knew she drove a dark SUV. I'd seen it at pickup and things of that nature.
And did you know what kind of vehicle that Mr. O'Keefe drove around that time?
I think he had a smaller SUV. I don't remember the make.
Remember what
He
color?
had no, I don't remember the color of his SUV. He had another car too that he drove around. I remember that. That's about it.
And when you're looking out,
You saw it last night. What network was that on? I saw it last night. She said John was wasted. They weren't excited to invite.
from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Nagel had left the house through the other door and gone outside. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you looked out, could you see Ms. Nagel or where she had gone?
No, there was another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over there. I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I just looked out the front door and noticed the car to be like, oh, that's John. That was my focus. I didn't look for Julie.
As far as the other vehicle, did you observe at least enough to know whether or not it was behind the dark SUV, in front of the dark SUV, or something else?
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
And with respect to, just from your perspective, you're looking out, so the driveway would have been to your left, is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with any other sort of landmarks or anything else in the front yard area of your brother-in-law's house?
Yes. So you look out, the driveway's to the left. If you look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole right there. There's a utility. I believe it's a green utility box. I'm assuming it's utility, kind of on the edge. There's a fire hydrant. All that stuff was to the
Yeah, he said rhododendrons. That's pretty. Maybe he does gardening or something. That's like expert level right there.
right side of the looking out the front door.
Now, after
You just said flowers, right?
See this dark SUV sort of right in front of the door. Was that the only time that you looked out, or did you look out on subsequent occasions?
Nope, I looked out again.
Looked out
Because
again.
it'd been a few minutes, again, 2, 3, 4 minutes, I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house, looked out and saw the SUV again.
And when you looked out for the second
I
time,
wonder if he recognized that was probably Karen's SUV and then told Jen, like, oh, hey, is Karen coming in? Can you call her? Can you text her?
where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now it's further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, more in sync with that. It had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come in.
Now, as far as the times that you're looking out, did you happen to make any note of sort of, let me ask you this, taking you back to the waterfall just for a second. When you were driving, or your wife was driving from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing?
The snow had started to fall.
And at that initial time that you're going from the waterfall to Fairview Roads, was it sticking to the pavement or anything at that point?
I believe there was a dusting. It was definitely falling. I don't think it was on like the main roads.
Yeah,
But
dusting.
definitely a dusting of snow was
Dusting
falling.
snow.
Correct.
And from that time, after you arrived at the house, and shortly thereafter, when you observed this dark SUV out in front of the house, had that changed at all as far as the accumulation or sticking to the pavement, roadway, grass, anything like that you saw?
Yes. At some point, at least on their road in their grass, you could see the snow had started to, it definitely was sticking on that road.
Now, you observe it initially in front of the door, then about 3 or 4 minutes later, you observe it further up towards the flag, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window, staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat.
And at other than those 2 times that you've already testified about, was there any subsequent times after that?
Yes, I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to where it had been the second time?
It had now proceeded further up the road, past the flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with, between the yards, I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Albert's residence to the next residence. So it was actually past the Albert's residence and a little further up, I'd say more on the edge of the property line of if you're looking out of the neighbors to the right, if I'm looking out of the house.
Now, this distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time that you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was or how many feet?
Hey, I'd be guessing 30, 40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
I guess I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, so where it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Wait,
Yes.
sorry. Who was in the Jeep again? Was Jeep Nagel's car?
That's correct.
You know about how long she was outside the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Not terribly long time.
No, not at all.
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
So you don't know if that was from the dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had met. You have no idea.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Well, the form of the question, it's sustained. Right?
Do you know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks?
Brian Albert Jr. also said that when he looked out the window, he saw tire marks. I know that in front of the Albert family house, they have lights that could illuminate. I just don't know, because their front yard is so big, I don't know if it would actually reach the street. And then remember, the street lamp, there's only one dinky ass street lamp for that entire fucking street, and it's right by the mailbox. So I don't know if he saw the wavy line where the mailbox is, or if he saw the wavy line where John O'Keefe's body was found, which would be his right towards the flagpole.
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb. My assumption was it was the SUV.
It came off the curb?
Okay.
I heard the answer to this, though.
Okay.
But you don't know, correct?
No, I didn't see no.
And that was my next point. As far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those 3 times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first 2 times, definitely stationary. The third time, looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was further up the road. It looked to me it was stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
now, each time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position?
So I'm going to go back a little bit.
so in line with Between the yards, I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Alberts residence to the next residence. So it was actually past the Alberts residence and a little further up. I'd say more on the edge of the property line of the, if you're looking out of the neighbors to their right, if I'm looking out of the house.
Here it comes.
This distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time that you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was, or how many feet?
Hey, I'd be
30,
guessing
40
30,
feet.
40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
I guess I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, did they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, so where it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You know about how long she was outside the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Not terribly long time?
No, not at all.
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
So you don't know if that was from the dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had met. You have no idea.
Objection.
No, can you answer that? Well, the form of the question, it's sustained.
Do you know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks you saw?
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb. I would have. My assumption was it was the SUV.
I withdraw.
Okay,
I heard the answer. I withdraw.
okay.
But you don't know, correct?
No, I didn't see the no.
And that was my next point. As far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those three times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first two times definitely stationary. The third time looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was further up the road. It looked to me it was stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
Now, each time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position with respect to the house? By that I mean, as far as was it on the Alberts, was it on the 34 Fairview side of the road or the other side, or where was it positioned with respect to the road?
yes, same position, parked parallel to the Albert's house, heading forward as if you were going to leave Fairview to head up to Chapman Street, heading away from the house.
And so each time that you observed the vehicle, you were looking at sort of the passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And at any point in time, either of these three occasions that you observed the vehicle, did you see anybody outside of it?
I did not.
Did you see any footprints around the vehicle or leading away from the vehicle or across the yard or anything like that?
I did not.
And were you able to see inside of the vehicle from where you were, either from the window or from the storm door at the front door?
I could not, or I did not see anything inside.
And further to that point, at any point in time that you observed this vehicle in front of the house, you see any sort of interior lights on inside the vehicle?
Not that I noticed.
Now, you saw it at point 1, point 2, point 3. Were there any other times that you looked outside?
I'm assuming I looked out because at some point the vehicle was gone. So I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore. And again, I don't know if I just peeked out the window and said, oh, they left. Again, we didn't know where they were.
And do you know whether or not there had been any attempted communication by anyone in the house to Mr. O'Keefe at any point?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
My wife was trying to communicate with John, let him know that he's here.
I'm going to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McKay while they were out front of the house?
Objection.
Do you know? Not how you know, but do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
That's my question.
No.
No, she did not, or no, you don't know?
Oh, no, sorry. No, she did not. Sorry.
I'll strike that.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with regard to this, from the first time that you sort of get up and either look out the window or look out the door and see it in front of the front door, to the time.
My bad. I had my mute button on. Oh my God, I pulled it, Elaine. No! I was saying some things. Oh gosh. How long have I had it muted for? No. It sounds like he's jumpy because I have him sped up. And I was explaining to you guys why I was rewinding it so much. Something about the wavy road, the tire marks. Oh my God. I don't know how long I was muted for. Sorry, guys. Oh, it's one of those days.
Time that you look out and see it for the third time, or let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, you know how long a period of time that was?
I'd say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14. I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so let me ask you this way, as far as from the first time to the second time you And testified it was about 3 or 4, 5 minutes, somewhere in there, correct?
Correct.
Were the timing in between the times that you looked out, were they relatively consistent with each other?
Yes, they were.
So you look out 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, is that?
Yes, that would be in line. Correct.
And at some points around 1:45 or 2 a.m., somewhere in there is when you leave Fairview Road, is that
Wayne.
correct?
Yes,
You recall who drove your wife's vehicle home that night?
I drove.
And who, if anyone else was in the vehicle, and where were they seated within the vehicle when you left?
So we were driving Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel home. They were in the back seat of the vehicle, and my wife was in the passenger seat. I don't know who sat behind the passenger, who sat behind the driver, but they were in the back seat.
Your Honor, if at this time with the court's permission, I'd like to publish for the jury for this witness, exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Let's get like that, exhibit 71 first. And so, Ms. McCabe, on the desk in front of you, there should be a
The picture again.
laser pointer there. If you just click that button, point at the screen, if it when I ask you to do so. First, just with reference to what's up on the screen at exhibit 71, you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize?
34 Fairview.
And absence of the snowfall, obviously, is just essentially what the house looked like on that early morning, January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, with relation to the window first, and then the storm door that you were talking about, that you were looking out from the house, could you, using the laser pointer, show the jury what that is?
Is that working? That would be the window. That'd be the stone door.
And with respect to the first placement, the first time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that visible in this photograph?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
First time you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here, so it'd be right there.
I'm just going to invite that exhibit 70.
Wait, what? Oh my God, this pointer thing sucks.
Right here, so it'd be right there.
I'm just going to invite that exhibit 72. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yeah.
So a photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview.
Today's a half day, yes.
Correct.
Yes.
If you could, using that laser pointer, could you show the jury or demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it?
Say right about here, in this general area.
Interesting. Wait, the Jeep. Hold on, sorry. Now I don't remember. Nagel. What's the car that Ryan Nagel came in? Was it a Jeep?
Second positioning that you were talking about, is that visible in this photograph?
No, it'd be further up the road.
So I'm just going to invite that exhibit 73. Again, you recognize what's depicted now in exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
Now, secondary position that you observed the vehicle in is visible in this photograph.
Yes, it is.
So if you could, sir, just direct the jury's attention where about that.
About in this general area right here.
And the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that was?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. I'd say, give or take, right there.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. You can take it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They drove a Ford F-150. Whose Jeep was that? Oh my God, we're getting so many different eyewitness testimonies because the people that were in the Ford F-150 said there was no car between their car and what's presumed to be Karen Reed's car. But he's saying that there was a Jeep park right here. Because remember, I remember they kept asking the witnesses, like, oh, was there a car between you guys? They're like, no. Are you sure? And stuff like that. So it's just like, oh, I don't know. We're just getting different eyewitness testimony about whether or not there is a Jeep between them or not.
Very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here, so it'd be right there.
Okay.
I'm just going to invite that exhibit 72. Again, sir, do you recognize what's
And it's probably because, some of these people weren't interviewed until months later or even years later that they probably don't remember.
Yep.
So a photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using that laser pointer, could you show the jury or demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it?
Say right about here, in this general area.
The second positioning that you were talking
So who
about,
drives the Jeep again?
is that visible in this photograph?
Higgins drives what does Higgins drive? Was it an Edge with a snowplow on it or no? Oh God, who drives what?
No, it'd be further up the road.
So I'm just going to invite that exhibit 73. Can you recognize what's depicted now in exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
That secondary position that you observed the vehicle in is visible in this photograph.
Yes, it is.
So if you could, sir, just direct the jury's attention where about that.
About in this general area right here.
And the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that was?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. I'd say, give or take, right there.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. You can take it. So, sir, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview. Do you recall, as far as the weather was concerned,
Janetti's yawning. Janetti's like, oh.
what was the weather? What, if anything, had changed between the times that you were booked out and the time that you came out to go home?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
So the storm was starting to pick up a bit, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you came out of the house, the vehicle was in the driveway, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And again, if you could, you're driving, who else is in the car and where are they in the car?
I'm in the driver's seat. My
Okay, we're going back to this now, back to the drive.
wife is in the passenger seat, and Julie and Sarah are in the seats directly behind us.
Do you recall who was seated where?
I don't recall who was in what seat.
And you back out of the driveway and then you recall where you were going or who you were dropping off first?
Yes, I back out of the driveway and proceed, heading up towards Chapman Street.
And so with the passenger side of the wife's vehicle, would that be facing?
And then also, if they all wanted to coordinate and lie about this, wouldn't they all just say that they thought they saw something lumpy in the snow, but then they just ignored it because they were like, it's probably nothing, right? Or at least say that, like, Julie, the one who said she saw something, was sitting on the side of the passenger, not on the driver's side. Or maybe they would all say that, like, oh, yeah, we heard Julie say something. Let's see what they say about that.
Time that you're driving away from it?
Yes, that's correct.
And the testimony as far as the storm picking up a little bit, do you recall anything did you have to clear off the car, windshield wipers on or anything like that? The weather?
Yes, I brushed the car off. I had to wipe the car off with my hand and clean off the windows before I pulled out of the driveway. And then obviously setting the windshield wipers as I was driving away.
Now, that area over where the secondary position that you observed that dark SUV in over by the flagpole, do you recall any sort of like street lighting or anything, ambient overhead lighting in that area?
Nope.
I don't recall it, no.
It's dark.
As you're driving away from the house, do you recall whether or not was there any conversation or music playing or anything like that in the car as you're driving away?
Yeah, it was chitter-chatter. You know, my wife was turned towards me, like turned in, talking to the girls behind me. I know at one point somebody was joking about, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. Something about bread. I forget what it was. And then I drove up the street.
And as you were driving up the street and away from the residence of Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe abnormal on the side of the road?
Did you see a black blob?
Looking at the side of the road?
I was not. I was focusing on the snow coming down, the windshield wipers, and driving up the street.
And fair to say you didn't see anything in the yard or anything like that?
That's correct.
Yeah, because then this would be his chance to lie, right? If he's lying on the stand, that, oh, I did see a black blob, but I also ignored it.
So you drove each of the two young ladies home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You know about what time it was that you got home yourself?
I got home, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And when you got home, each of your 4 daughters, including Allie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct.
And when you arrived in the house, you and your wife, where did you?
Well, first went in the kitchen. When we walked in, my wife proceeded upstairs before I did. I was in the kitchen for a few minutes and then went upstairs and went to bed.
And did your wife go to bed around the same time as you?
Yeah, she might have already been laying in bed before I physically got in the bed, but yes.
And as far as when you fell asleep, was your wife still awake or had she already fallen?
She was still awake. We were both awake. She actually wanted to watch a show, which I had no desire to watch. And she said I was going to bed. We talked a little bit about my younger daughter, about she was trying out for a basketball team. So we talked a little bit about that. And then that was it. I went to bed.
Turning your attention to the morning of the 29th. Yes, the morning of the 29th. You woke up at some point, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall, or what woke you up that morning?
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
The text messages, I don't know. I feel like if someone wasn't responding to me, I would just be like, okay, whatever. They probably just didn't come. And I would just go and continue to enjoy myself. I don't know. To me, that's not like a huge deal. Oh, sorry. We're sidebar right now. Let me fast forward through this.
Not discuss this case.
No.
Anything about this
Whoa.
case, please.
Okay, so tomorrow when we come back, it's gonna be. I'm like debating. Should I wake up early tomorrow or not? Should I wake up early tomorrow? So tomorrow we're probably gonna do a little bit of direct and then cross-examination, and then are they gonna call Jen McCabe, or is he gonna just kind of keep us in suspense for a little bit and call some other witnesses? I don't know. It has to be Jen McCabe at this point, right? Brian Higgins. You can start later. but I've always wanted to watch Jen McCabe's testimony live, because I think it helps to, when you're watching it live and you're listening to it in like real time, sometimes how people come across might be different real time versus being sped up. You know, I like to speed through things to catch up, but, you know, sometimes in real time it helps to like really determine how long their pauses are, how long it takes for them to answer the questions, you know, things like that. Call Chloe to the stand. I know, just like how we should have called Bubba to the stand. Get Chloe up in here. All right, y'all. So, yeah, that's today for the Karen Reed trial. We started with a cross-examination of Colin Albert. I thought he did pretty well initially, and then it kind of got a little bit weird when it came into him explaining the Knuckles. But again, the jury, if they believe the picture with him and his family is real and it's before the Knuckle photos, but after the John O'Keefe, after John O'Keefe was found dead, then they could just disregard everything about that, right? But when he was talking about the Knuckle photos, you know, that was when it started getting a little bit weird. And then also when he was describing the injuries with the grand jury. But I don't know why, when we had the jury come back into the room, why didn't Jackson get into him having only his right hand being injured and not his left hand when practicing boxing? Because apparently he showed up to the grand jury with, again, like knuckles all like messed up and stuff. And he was like, oh, maybe I was boxing. And it's like, oh, why do you only have one hand that's like all fucked up? Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. And then after that, we got into Matt McCabe. Very boring first hour of that. And it's not his fault. It's not the witness's fault. It's just generally Mr. Lawley asking redundant questions and then getting into details of things that we don't really need to get into details of. I don't know. It's really weird that he's like a very detailed man. But when it comes to details into things that are like super important, to me, it just feels like he kind of glazes over it. Or when it's a chance to address them and redirect and be more detailed about it, it just gets glazed over. So I don't know. Lolly's tired, but at the same time, not super impressed with Lolly since, like, you know, day 2, day 3 and all that stuff. Jen McCabe's the key to everything. Yeah, I can't wait to hear from Jen McCabe. I can't wait to hear from Jen McCabe. Also, Colin Albert, since the defense is trying to assert that he might have something to do with this, I'm surprised that they didn't really question him about that night, really. They talked to him about, like, his relationship with Proctor, about how he was a ring bearer for the Proctor family, like over 10 years ago. Talked about how he was being questioned by Michael Proctor in July 2023. Talked about the Knuckles a lot. Talked about the video that was taken either sophomore or junior or senior. Don't know. But they didn't really get into like, oh, so like, did you really leave at 12:10? How do you know you left at 12:10? And then talked about like, oh, you know, what did you do afterwards? I don't know. I thought they were going to talk more about him being at the actual house, but it was mostly focused on other stuff. Yeah. And then also, when we began the cross-examination of Colin, and Jackson is asking me questions like, oh, did you watch this on social media? Did you talk to your testimony about anyone? Did you talk about your parents' testimony? These are things that you're not supposed to do, right? If you say yes to it, I'm sure you're probably disqualified as a witness. So, you know, beginning to ask him with all those questions and kind of like in a tricky way, as if they want him to be disqualified off the stand and not testify. I don't know. That was a little weird to me. Because I would think that you would want him to testify on the stand and, you know, expose him or whatever. What? No, I didn't see it. Usually the notification will go through. Oh, unless I didn't see the notification. Usually the notification will be shown on my on my chat. No, I didn't see it. Is it in the comments section or? Well, thank you. I didn't see it. I don't know. Usually it will show in the chat. Thank you, handsome devil. Yeah, you could do it on like super chat or on like a super chat sticker on the live stream. So what do you think? Should we wake up early tomorrow? Is there a better way? No, YouTube is fine. I just don't, maybe it didn't go through. Yeah, I mean, so far, what stands out about the Karen Reed so far, paramedic saying, I hit him. Oh, there, hello, thank you. Richie Kiss, thank you so much for the $4.99. So that's usually how it looks like, Handsome Devil. It shows it in the chat right there. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. Appreciate it. See you tomorrow. Yes, see ya tomorrow. I'm just debating whether or not, should I wake up early tomorrow or not? Do we wake up early? Tomorrow's gonna be a full, wait, what day is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a full day of court. There we go. Thank you. Yay, a Handsome Devil. It went through. Thank you so much for the $4.99. Let's celebrate their 5th super in a live stream. Thank you. Guys, thank you so much for your support, really. I really do appreciate that. With a little super sticker right there. Thank you. I'll wake up early to watch. For me, it's just easier to be awake and alert when we're starting with the cross-examination because usually they're more fiery and I'm like, okay, I'm here. But oh man, if we had to start the morning with Matt McCabe's direct examination, I would be like, phew. Kurt, thank you. Kurt's like, wake up early. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, guys. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord, okay, there's notifications and then, you know, have your notifications for YouTube on too. Kurt, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Or I can like it and heart it.
All right.
Thanks, y'all. I appreciate it. Y'all are too kind. I love it. Goodbye. Get the fuck out of here.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Twist your hair like braids on both sides overnight. Oh god, I'm trying to do like low maintenance hairstyles, you know. So I recently found out that I have naturally curly hair, so I've been doing the natural curly hair girl method. But oh my god, it just looks like shit. I don't know. They say that you have to like experiment with different products and blah 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 blah, but it just looks like shit. And I'm experimenting right now. That's why my hair looks like shit. So I gave up and I did a curling iron in the front. But then it's not meshing well with the natural curl. See how it's like, I don't know, it's just like not really meshing well. It's like kind of like all over the place. Rain says, bye all, have a great day. And don't fake your own kidnapping. Buzz cut, nah. Nah. I don't want no spiky, itchy head. Yeah, Moondog, you're late. You're late. All right, well, Iris, Go Lucky Moondog, Raw Milk, I appreciate y'all being here. Handsome Devil, Dory, Sudio, Wayne, Rain, David, Kiki, Ricky, Handsome Devil, thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you guys have a good one. We are going to end the stream here, and I don't know. I'm gonna probably edit some videos. I don't know. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm actually not really tired right now. Oh, I need to eat breakfast. I'm just hungry. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Have a good one. Take care. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe have your notifications.